Warning, the following contains material that may be too disturbing to some people. Descriptions of violence, mature situations, and adult themes. This is intended for mature audiences. Viewer discretion is advised. All right. So, welcome to Forest Flesh. How are you guys doing this week? You guys, I'm not giving you guys PTSD with this game yet, am I?
Nope.
No? Okay, I'll have to try.
Yeah.
I'll have to try harder then. Don't worry. We're here. My name is Ramblinman, and I am a vindictive GM who tries to kill my players out of spite. Not really. It's mostly fun in games, but I do try to kill them on a regular basis. So that's pretty much the name of the game. Super hard D&D. These guys are very good players, so they're nearly impossible to kill. And that's the way it goes. So
Stealing souls is slightly easier, though.
Maybe, yeah. Speaking of missing souls, Tim, what happened last week?
No, not much.
Yeah, I
Someone
don't know why you're
poisoned
asking
me.
him. He's fine.
They started falsely diagnosing me with diseases and illnesses that I didn't have. I don't know. It's just weird.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Avaachai got all weird with you.
Yeah, it was... Something's up with that guy. He might not have a soul or something.
Yeah. There's some
Acting weird lately.
There's definitely been some tension in the party. That's for sure. So last week when
I think he's just racist against satyrs, honestly. Thinks we don't have souls.
Anything that can't wear socks.
The
is
soul
just
of the
not
party.
Yeah.
Wear socks.
Oh gosh, I was gonna make a joke. I'm not gonna make that. So last week we picked up with you guys still stuck in the tall grass, right? You had a little bit of respite from the demonic monster that was hunting you in there. Your vision was limited by the grass. You had Claes. You guys had Claes subdued.
Well,
I guess is the best way to put it.
we started out with me subdued. Then it
That's right. That's right.
it shifted.
That's right. So you
My
and
friends
Claes
had me
swapped places.
Yeah.
And then what happened? So sometime after that, some stuff happened. You ended up leading the group out of the grass, right, Vash?
Moderately successfully, yes. Back to where we started.
Back to where you started.
But we're out.
But it turned out
Way
to
from
be
where
for
we
the
needed to
better
be.
because he also managed to find all of our focuses.
He did.
And I'll turn them.
Some
Yes.
of us focus.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, not all. Most.
Yeah, that's true. Focuses that were a weapon were not there. That is true. But most of the stuff you guys found and got back, so things are looking a little bit better. You might actually, some of you might be able to defend yourself a little bit more properly now. So that's good. And then what happened? You guys decided, first of all, Avaachai and Ishu were pretty wounded. They were completely out of hit die. And you guys ended up, after some discussion, deciding to basically set up camp again in the nearby to where you had camped before, right?
We built a tree house.
You built a tree
We
house.
built
Treehouse.
a sort of treehouse.
And we tried to clean up as much flesh off of it as we could instead of trying to purify it.
But
Yeah.
don't worry, we left one bulb.
There were some rolls for that. Yeah, there were some rolls for that. I mean, we got a good bit of the flesh off of it, but you know, there's stuff.
Orilyn also gave Vash his bug staff back under the restriction that he was not allowed to cast anything that blocked their sight without group
Let's see how long
approval.
that lasts.
Yeah. And Vash never ever lies, so that should work fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's he's the most
Honest fellow.
Yeah, he's the most
He didn't burn his
truthful.
family to death.
And then they tied their focuses to themselves. Orilyn is wearing hers like a necklace, a giant necklace pendant, and I don't remember what Vash did with his.
Vash put his on a bungee, a rope bungee,
Right.
tied to his wrist.
Yeah. And you know, the Feywild hasn't exactly been kind since you guys got here.
Yeah, I hate this place.
There's some weird
Why?
stuff going on. But kind of like Middle Tennessee, you know, there's probably a saying in the Feywild, like if you don't like what's going on, just wait 5 minutes, it'll change. That's what they say about the weather here. If you don't like the weather, just wait 5 minutes, it'll change. So there was all that stuff. Then you guys were trying to camp out through the night, and there was some stuff that happened there.
No. It was
No?
still daylight, but it was night for us.
Yeah. Yeah, the days and nights have been weird here, that's for sure. They don't seem to
Right.
change like they do on the normal plane. It seems to just shift whenever it wants, basically. Which is also odd for those of you from the Feywild, because it's supposed to be like twilight all the time, I think, right?
Depends on the area you're in.
Oh, yeah, I
Oh,
think it
that's right,
changes.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just summer. Yeah. You're right. Okay. So what happened after that? What happened when you guys were trying to get through your long rest?
We couldn't keep our dome again.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
An owl got snapped.
Odayn decided not to keep trying like the last time. So we all just kind of started either our watches or our rests. Somebody failed a roll. And Ella's under suspicion that they're losing their souls.
Yes. You don't know, just like character-wise, you don't know who rolled what, or who might have
Yeah.
failed, or who didn't. We should have had you make those rolls in secret, I think, but that's okay.
I wasn't actually paying attention to other people's rolls. I just know that somebody did because you said you were sending people messages.
Yeah. I made the comment like, "Oh, no, there's more of them," or something, and you guys were like,
Yeah.
"Oh, there's multiple ones."
And then during Orilyn and Avaachai's watch, they got their minds attacked. Actually, it was 4 people, right?
I think it was. Those of you who were asleep.
Yeah.
Those of you who were asleep when you took that damage, your rest would, I guess, be interrupted. Is that how it works?
I thought it only targeted people who were awake.
We're awake.
Because you were
it did.
I remember there was 5 of us who were awake, and one of them was Vash's
4.
owl.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
You're
the
right.
owl
And then
got
Fea and Melora.
That might be why I did that, just so I wouldn't have to deal with like the rest stuff.
Yeah. And I also forgot to mention that when Orilyn came out of her trance, she is in summer mode now.
Oh.
The events of the previous day got her so much on edge that she had actually started portraying summer personalities before their long watch or long rest. So
Okay. Do I need to change that for you, or do we set it up so you can change it? For you?
I think we tried to set it up and couldn't. Or we've talked about it every time we were going to change it and then never did.
Let me take a look.
strong
here.
possibility.
Because I don't see anything for a different token.
I do on the title screen, but they're invisible to you. Let's see here. This is summer, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so oh yeah, we tied all the tokens together so they share HP and everything.
Oh, that makes sense.
Let me just copy that, and we'll swap it out on the other screen here. Making sure all the numbers look the same. You have a 6 in your red circle, so I'm just putting it there for the new token. I'm not sure what it's for, but
I'm not sure what it's for either.
it might have been something one of us put there at some point to remember something. But
It
Oh.
sounds like it was from the combat with the things. I think we could remove it.
okay. All right. Well, your token is ready to go on the screen. Speaking of
Thank
the
you.
screen, let's jump over here and see. So I left these guys on the map over the week. I don't usually do that. So Wolf left us a nice little message here.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Wolf.
Nice.
Appreciate that.
I do like the way the flesh turned out. The rest of it is not as good. That black works really well for flesh.
It does. It does. Yeah. All right. Well,
Let's-
thank you for your piece
Here
of
we go.
art. We'll stick it on the fridge, okay?
Yeah. Fridge our
It only took me 20 minutes. It's fine.
Yeah. Oh, okay. You got it. All right. Okay. So if I recall, we were in the middle of the long rest. I think it was like Orilyn's first watch. And who was with? I wrote it down somewhere in the chat so I wouldn't forget the order of watches. Somewhere. Da-da-da. It's in there. I'm looking for it.
Me and Melora went first.
Yeah, and then I think it was Vash and Ishu, right?
Second. Yep.
And then it was Orilyn and Avaachai third. Wait.
No, Orilyn and Melora third, and then Orilyn and Avaachai fourth, or something
Think
like that.
so, even though Melora was technically awake the whole time.
Right.
It
Seraphina never takes a
sounds right.
watch. Claes was tied up. I think that's right.
Okay. That sounds
Oh,
right.
we redid it. We did make Seraphina take a watch. She was last watch.
Oh,
Yeah, with Orilyn.
that's
I
what
think
it
we guilted her about never taking a watch or something. I don't know. But it vaguely sounds right.
She was told that if she takes a watch, like somebody's gonna die. So
Oh,
Oh, right. We said the last time she took a watch somebody died.
that's yeah, that's right. I remember. Okay. And you were checking out the weird plant growing on the tree that you guys are hiding out in, right? Like you had just rolled a perception check on that. Is that what was going on?
I think so.
Because I remember you were thinking about casting Eldritch Blast on it,
Yeah.
and then
oh yeah,
you,
that
des-
was for them.
you decided not to, for some reason. I think you were going to do something else, and
Yeah, I
we wrapped up
remembered I
right
have
there.
a spell.
Well, we didn't. Like you talked about going to blast it, and then I think we decided there isn't really any reason to suspect this bulb that's just sitting there.
I mean, it's flesh, like
Well, yeah,
Well,
we
yeah, there's
established
that.
it was a fleshy bulb. That's why I was
Oh.
gonna destroy it.
You didn't want to attack it because last time it hurt us when we attacked it. That's what it was.
It read her mind, and then
Yeah.
I remember Ramblinman saying, "Well, what do you think it was just trying to do to you just now, or something like that?" Because we took psychic damage, from the whatever attacked us.
you did. You took psychic damage from something like in the area. Something in the area. It was. Oh wait, let me make sure it was psychic damage and not necrotic. I think it was psychic damage. I think you're right.
I think it was psychic.
Yes. Where is it? Yes. Okay. And yeah. I mean, it didn't move or react or anything. It's just a big old plant with a bunch of these bulbs growing along its stalk that's like wrapped around the tree. I mean, it doesn't move around or anything like that.
I guess. Was this during third watch since Avaachai was damaged?
Yeah, that was third watch.
Yeah.
That
Okay,
happened.
cool.
Seraphina hadn't taken hers yet.
Not yet.
In that case, I think I will burn one of my warlock spells to cast Speak with Plants.
All right. So you imbue plants with 30 feet of view, limited sentience, and animation. Okay. Giving them the ability to communicate and follow your simple commands. You can question them about events in the spell's area within the past day, gain information about creatures that have passed, weather, and other circumstances. You can also turn difficult terrain caused by plants into ordinary terrain. And plants might be able to perform other tasks based on what I say. All right. Basically, that's the gist of it, right? Is there anything else?
If a plant creature is in the area, you can communicate it with it as if you shared a common language, but you gain no magical ability to influence it. So they don't have to automatically be friendly.
Right. All right, so you cast this spell. What does it look like when you cast this Speak with Plants spell?
Well, it's vocal and somatic. I think even though it doesn't require materials, she still clutches her focus because it's very plant themed, and it just helps her focus more on the fact that she's gonna be speaking to the plants. So she clutches it, and I guess I never really described her focus when she's casting spells before, but it's got like a little orb in it, and when she uses it to cast spells, like it's kind of like a little snow globe. So it's got since she's summer right now, it's got like summer leaves and stuff blowing in it. And so she just starts chanting the spell and moving her other hand around while she clutches that.
Okay. So you cast you feel the magic work, like nothing stops you from casting the spell. It goes off, everything works correctly.
And she's gonna look at the fleshy bulb flower thing and ask it well, first she's gonna say hello.
There's a pause, and then you hear like it's kind of whispery, like the sound of a breeze blowing through the trees. And it says hello. Like it just whispers back to you.
Can you speak a little louder?
What do you want?
Do you or any of your nearby relatives know what might be attacking us?
There's no response.
Was it you?
Let me see here. Actually, here's what it says. The word attack is incorrect.
What is the correct word?
Is it an attack when a frog feeds on a fly?
Yes. The frog is technically attacking the fly.
Hmm. Okay. It doesn't say anything back.
You didn't answer my question then. Was it you?
We hunger.
Right. She'll look at Avaachai and say, I think it was the plant.
Yeah, I mean, he sits up and he says, what do you mean?
Well, first it said, is it considered an attack when a frog eats a fly? And then it said, we hunger, when I asked if it attacked us.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, I mean, he starts to get his equipment ready to use. Like, he picks up his shield and starts to wield it, and he looks toward you for instruction, and he says, what should we do? The plant says to you, Orilyn, you should not have come here. You entered our grove.
Well, we plan on leaving in the morning, so if you'd leave us alone for the rest of the night, we'll be gone soon enough.
We hunger so. And so does she.
Well, sometimes you just gotta deal with it.
Avaachai says, should we wake the others?
Well, if you think we could handle the ones in the area, we might be fine.
Make a perception check.
Is this related to how many are in the area?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what, Fea's... Well, no, I guess that was to see if there was anything nearby that would attack us.
Yeah, it
Me.
also wasn't super great, so I'm kind of giving you another chance. Okay.
There's Orilyn's. I guess Fea's not really looking too much at the plant, so I won't roll Fea.
Okay. So there's the one you're talking to. There's also one other one. Like, you guys probably set up across, like, connecting a few different trees. And there's another one on one of the other trees. Just looking around the area, I mean, you can see a bunch of other ones. They're these huge, they're relatively big. Just to give you an idea, I'll let you see one. They look something like this. They're obviously, like, wrapped around trees and stuff, though, instead of just, like, wrapped around nothing.
Mhm.
And they're sort of, like, spread all over the place. They're mostly growing on the trees, but I mean, there's quite a few of these things. Also, like, you guys were walking through a bunch of these things. You've seen them everywhere, like, just walking around. Since
haven't.
you, pretty much since you guys left the grove, I think there was several, like, a day or two of travel where I mentioned a bulb, a flowery flesh bulb, like, several times, just growing on trees that you were passing, that kind of thing.
I have a question. You said that in the construction of the treehouse, we cleared some of the flesh away. How did we do so, or in what manner did we do so that didn't injure us?
Didn't injure you?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Because I don't think we took any damage from doing that.
No. I mean, either you didn't clear like these specific bulbs, like you cleared other flesh off, or they just didn't attack you, or they can't. Like you don't know. Like you don't know.
Okay.
They may have no. Like looking at them, they don't have any sharp, like thorns on them really or anything. They look like plants, but they're made out of flesh. They look relatively harmless. Now, granted, I probably should have been a real asshole and made you guys keep rolling like con saves or something for flesh corruption just from handling it. But also, we're getting far enough along now. You guys sort of know how to deal with that stuff and can cure it and all that.
Yeah, we've handled flesh without being corrupted before.
Yeah.
Gloves and.
But I mean, these things have never just like reached out and grabbed you or anything. Maybe that's just not what they do. You wouldn't really know.
It's been a really long time. I do remember way back in the beginning of the campaign, we had attacked some flesh things and it triggered some damage. I don't remember the specifics.
I do remember like way early on, where there was like flesh growing on trees. You guys would just start hacking at the tree and stuff, and I had you guys rolling wisdom saves that you always succeeded on. There might have been one time where I rolled damage on you, like psychic damage or something like that.
Go ahead. When Orilyn got back from the Feywilds and had the lightning rod, she did, while she was waiting for the others to arrive, because they hadn't arrived yet, she did go and try to destroy some of it with the lightning rod, and she rolled very badly. And it went through her mind and like read her mind.
So the flesh has always kind of done that since episode 1, when these guys were hitting trees covered in flesh with axes.
Yeah.
The flesh's response was to probe their mind. Now, most of the time, it didn't get in. Okay, I think when if I recall, when it actually got into Orilyn, that might have been the first time.
I think it was. Which is why I was very worried when I failed.
Yeah. I mean, and it's when I was doing that, it's basically reading thoughts. Remember, the flesh is like an organism. Like it's a living thing, and it reacts to you, and it watches you, and it does things like cast spells, make plans, makes choices, decides who it wants to kill, who it wants to not kill, and has reasons for doing this. So yeah, I mean, there's been some stuff that's happened with interactions with the flesh a lot in the past. It's cast spells on you guys when you didn't know. This stuff has been going on the whole campaign.
Took over my character.
And yeah, it took over your character temporarily. There's been things like this that have gone on. You guys don't always see the specifics of it. But oftentimes there is like a specific, like a particular spell, for example, that maybe the flesh decides it wants to use on you for whatever reason. Make an intelligence check, Orilyn.
Straight up intelligence?
Yeah, I just want to see if you can deduce a few things here. How well? Okay, not terrible.
Not very.
I mean, it's pretty good. It's better than average. I mean, I would say in general, most of the stuff that I just said, Orilyn probably knows. Like, it seems like the flesh reacts to you guys. Like, it it seems like it works like a living thing. You think about when it probed your mind, you probably felt it doing so, felt it shuffling through memories. And the closest thing you've probably experienced to that might be Vash, to be honest with you. Because read thoughts, I think Vash has the ability to do that, and that is essentially the same thing the flesh was doing then.
Did Vash ever use that on Orilyn?
I don't know if he's ever used it on you.
I don't think Orilyn in specific. I haven't used it
Okay.
on most of you guys, to be honest.
I think
Yeah,
you tried to use
I
it
was-
on some of the bodhisattvas a couple times. Like I think you like Lapel and Nurna.
Right.
Maybe what was the other
You
one?
tried it in Fee.
I might have.
Surface thoughts. But
Oh yeah, when Seraphina was saying she's Seraphina, not Fee anymore.
mhm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I should use that more.
Okay, so Orilyn, I guess she doesn't really know too much about Vash doing that, I don't think. Since he's never really cast it on her, and I don't think he's ever said he was casting it on people to us.
He's never alluded that he can read thoughts. You guys know that he can
Yeah.
speak telepathically, but beyond that.
Yeah, I don't think she would connect it to Vash at all.
Yeah.
Okay,
He doesn't.
well,
He doesn't share all his information with the party
Or any of his information.
Nope. So you
Did I lose you? Or you were about to say?
I thought that was mine for a minute.
I thought we cut off.
Yeah. Bye, Ella.
what?
You were
We
like,
didn't
We
hear.
didn't hear anything you said.
you
Yeah.
started to say something and then you just cut off. You were like, so
Oh, weird.
and then it just cut off.
Okay. Well, so you said that there's one of the flesh plants near-ish us, and then another one not too much farther away.
I mean, they're both pretty nearby. Like
Okay, and then the rest are all like on the ground.
here.
Like, what would you say the distance is?
Okay. Let's just show you like an illustration of how many are in the area. How about we do that? So if there's one here on the map, then let me see here.
Wait, are they actually that big?
Yes.
Ugh. Okay.
That
By a
is
long rest.
That is exactly how big they are. Let's see. There's another one here. There's another one here. Here. On this tree. Over here, there's probably one over there. Basically, on every significant like tree, essentially, piece of foliage. There might even be a few you don't see. 'Cause they don't seem to like only grow up on trees. They also grow on the ground. There might be some hidden in the bushes that you don't see. But the only two that are like close by are these two.
If I'd have known this, I would have said that we should take care of this before we went to sleep. But
I mean, they just seem like
Alright.
normal plants. You're not.
they're flesh plants.
Yeah. Well, normal flesh plants. Yeah. But everything is here right now. Also, like
True.
Okay. Don't mind me. Orilyn's thinking in her head.
it also makes sense that, like, to me, anyways, that Orilyn is the one to pick up on this because Orilyn's from here. She's also a kind of character who's pretty comfortable with the wild and nature and plants and animals that would roam here and things like that. So maybe to Orilyn in particular, these stand out as not belonging here.
Are these much different than things we've seen in our own plane from flesh corruption plants?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So they're very different from like the trees that we attacked originally and all that kind of.
Yeah. Like looking at them, it almost, I mean, It looks like if you were to take something that was going on with the because we're in your plane, it was just like flesh growing on the trees. But maybe if you had left it alone for some time, like
Okay.
you're asleep, so you don't know this. But
Right. Yeah.
if you had like left it alone for some significant amount of time, maybe it could have turned into something like this. You don't know. But you never saw flesh bulbs like this.
Oh, okay. I figured it was kind of similar stuff that we'd already seen.
No. No, these bulbs things are a little bit different. That's why I kind of made sure to harp on them like so much, like describing them in camera shots and stuff like that. It's because they're a different thing.
So, Avaachai asked Orilyn what they should do.
You told
then-
the plant that you were leaving in the morning, right? That's what you said.
Yeah,
Basically.
yeah. And that it should leave us alone because we'll be on our way. But then it said that that they hunger in response.
Yeah.
So Orilyn's done some quick calculations, and she looks at Avaachai and says, you know that one spell that Ishu can do that does a lot of fire damage in one big go?
He nods.
Do you got anything like that? That won't destroy our tree house.
I mean, I'm assuming he shakes his head no, but let me check and see if he actually does. Let's see what he's got ready to go here. Okay. He shakes his head no for a second, and then he kind of stops, and he says, the only thing similar would be to summon the spirits of death. He's describing spirit guardians.
Out of character, what's the range on that?
Spirit guardians is
15 feet.
15-foot
15?
radius around the caster. It moves with you. The plant,
Okay.
let's see, can the plant understand you? Okay. The plant says in your mind, I think a truce could be agreed to. Let me see here. I'm gonna do a thing. Oh, okay. I did that in private on purpose. But what is your reaction? You don't see if you're looking at the stream, you did not see that.
I'm not looking at the stream.
Okay.
Orilyn will look at it and say, "Oh, now you want to discuss with us."
It says discuss, no, simply agree.
Okay, and what are we agreeing to?
Permission for your passage.
How far does this permission go?
You may stay as long as you like.
Okay, and you won't try to harm us in any way?
As long as you do not harm us.
Right. And the moment you try to harm us, I will tell my friends to bombard you all.
Tear no more of our siblings down.
As long as you don't hurt me and my friends, we'll leave yours alone. Do I actually
says-
believe it, or
You can make an
am I
insight.
just
You can make an insight check if you want.
not that good? But we'll see.
That's pretty good. 17.
Oh, nice.
It seems to be telling the truth, like as far as you can tell. It doesn't have any facial expressions, right? It doesn't move. Like it doesn't move at all. When it speaks to you, I mean, it's just like you're talking to a chair, basically. Like
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't gesture at all. It doesn't move its vine around or anything. It just sits completely still.
She's just going purely based on the way it's speaking.
It does
Okay.
say, return the wood you've used to the land.
When we leave?
Yes.
That's fine with me.
There's a silence.
She'll look at Avaachai again and
He doesn't
say,
hear
well,
the conversation, right? Like
well, I think the last time she was talking to plants, everybody was saying that she was going crazy just talking to something that couldn't talk back.
That
I
does
think
sound
is
like
what
us.
we were doing. Like, I think people were
Like he can-
still able to listen to her, but
yeah, he can hear what you're saying, but not what the plant is saying.
yeah. So, she'll look at him and say, I guess we have a truce. They won't try to harm any of us, as long as we don't try to harm any of them. And, they said we could stay as long as we want, but I did tell them that we'll leave in the morning. And when we leave, we have to return all this wood, to the ground.
There's a pause, and then you hear the plant say, one more thing.
What?
Do
She
not,
looks at the
it says, do not use your magics to alter this place.
What do you mean this place? It's very vague.
Yeah, it says, basically, it can't like just point at the ground, so it has to say something. It says,
I mean, the
That-
spell does enable it to move its tendrils and stuff.
Yeah.
It does give it that power.
I imagine speaking with plants, like, communication's so limited that they have to do some kind of body language
it
as
says,
well as.
it says, anything that alters the plants, the soil, all these things belong to us.
Is this the plant speaking, or is this the flesh in the plant?
There's a pause, and it says, she speaks through, or no, it says, she speaks to us, not through us.
So is this what you want, or what she wants?
There's another pause for a few seconds, and then it says, this is not your concern.
I think it is, considering even if this isn't my immediate home area, the Feywild, it's still in the Feywilds, and the Feywilds is my home.
She
I would like to
wants
know.
you dead. It says, and it cuts you off.
I'm sure she does.
I mean, that's kind of an answer to your question, I guess.
Yeah. Well, yeah, ish. Because the plant's saying it won't hurt us if we don't hurt them, which is not what the flesh wants, so. Right, I'll tell them not to damage your home. And she'll look back at Avaachai and, well, you heard, they don't want us to damage the home either.
Avaachai says, he kind of like cocks an eye at you, and he says, did you say these things are with the flesh?
I mean, they look like they're pretty fleshed up to me.
And we're going to trust them.
Well, the moment one of them tries to hurt us again, we just attack full force. And she looks straight at the planet when she says that.
Yeah, there's no response.
I think there's still hope for them, and they might be able to be freed from the flesh's influence.
Yeah, Avaachai shrugs and he says, as you wish.
If we kill everything that's infected with the flesh, there might not be anything left to save.
Yeah, he seems uneasy, but satisfied for the time being, I guess.
Cool. I guess she just lets the spell wear off because I don't think it's concentration. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like 10 minutes. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, the plants are not eager to have a conversation with you. Like, they don't try to start up chat with you or anything. They don't send you any DMs.
No more. One more thing.
Yeah. Yeah. And the conversation with them, I mean, it is a little unsettling. Like they definitely seem like they've agreed to this truce against their better nature for sure. Like there's almost a sense of like they want to kill you, but they're holding off. But you did speak to them, which is probably something that no living creature has ever done. So
Yeah. I'm sure they're thrilled that somebody is trying to not harm their habitat.
yeah. All right, so you're
Yeah, I
just.
don't know if
you're just gonna-
Avaachai wants to say anything else. Otherwise, Orilyn's just gonna keep watch on the plants, and it like, I guess she's essentially preparing herself to attack if she feels or sees anything done. Oh wait, there is one more thing she was gonna ask them before her spell expired.
Sure.
Were these guys around? Like, were there some? Does she recall now if there was any around when they first made camp in the area?
You rolled pretty good on intelligence and stuff. Yeah, they were here.
Okay. She's gonna ask them, By the way, did you or any of your family do something to the goat men?
Hmm.
Or any of my companions?
Tell you what I'll do. It'll prompt another thing. Let's see if it answers and how. Okay. I think it says no.
And you don't poison or cause seizures or souls to go missing, do you?
We would never.
How do you eat?
Yeah, I don't think it's wanting to tell you about how its anatomy works. I think it just says like, you get another like this is not your concern response. Now you're welcome to like roll insight on this stuff here.
Sure.
Yeah, it seems pretty legit. It just doesn't want to talk to you.
Okay. She'll leave it at that. I guess since she's kind of she's just trying to figure out if they had something to do with Claes. But I don't know if she has any other ideas for questions to ask that might justify her questioning. So yeah. Now she'll let it go. And I guess unless Avaachai has something he wants to talk about, she'll just sit there watching the plants.
I mean, so Avaachai definitely seems a little bit more on edge now. He let you know he didn't think it was a good idea to trust these things, but he's not going to badger you about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, while he may disagree with what your choice is here, he's not going to be petty enough to, do what he wants to do and just start attacking the plants or whatever.
I mean, the last time we didn't attack and we cured the thing, it ended up being a family friend.
Kind of, yeah. Yeah, you're talking about with the Dustthorn Dryad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe you can make friends with these guys.
Yeah. Someday.
Have a whole entire friend group of plants.
So I guess when Avaachai's watch is over, Orilyn will wake up Seraphina.
Okay.
I have a question real quick.
Go for it.
Would I know when the owl goes poof and dies or no?
Pull up a spell.
It doesn't. I looked at it. It doesn't specifically say. It just says that I can communicate telepathically with it within 100 feet, and that when it dies, it leaves behind no traces. Like, can't eat it, obviously.
Is it concentration?
No. I don't
If
think
it was
so.
concentration, it would have gone away when he went to sleep, since
That's true.
when you're asleep.
Yeah, concentrate. Yeah.
Yeah, if it doesn't say that you're alerted,
Then no.
Then yeah, I don't think you are.
Okay.
If it was concentration, you would know when the spell ends, so you would know that way. Yeah, I mean, unless like you want to link it, we can take a closer look and try to find a reason that you would. I'm willing to do that.
It's fine for now. I don't think it does. I'll find it.
Okay. All right. So Seraphina, you are.
So how does Orilyn wake up Seraphina?
Gently.
And okay.
5-foot stick so that they're not too close.
She doesn't want to get stabbed, so.
With
God.
gasoline and a lighter. That's how.
That's Vash.
Like one of those videos where they dump water on somebody while they're asleep, you know, and they jump up and they.
I guess she would go over to Seraphina and just like poke at her.
Then I think Seraphina starts like opening her eyes and then says, "Hello there. How's
Morning, I guess, since you're not going back to sleep after this.
is it time for my watch?"
Yeah, and while you were sleeping, we got attacked, but it's okay now. We have an agreement with the plants, and she'll point down at the one that she was speaking to. They promise not to harm us anymore. We can stay as long as we like, but I did tell them that we would leave in the morning. And we have to return the wood to the ground when we're done, when we leave, and we're not allowed to harm the habitat with magic.
I see.
I think that was everything.
Have they been
and,
stalking you?
I don't think they can move.
I see. How's our captive?
Orilyn looks at Claes.
I do like a morning stretch as I start waking up and start standing, and I stretch up high. What a beautiful morning. Where's Claes?
I'll point at him. Is he next to Melora, or was Melora just holding his belonging?
I assume he's like right there.
I think Melora was just holding his belongings. I think Melora been instructed to keep it safe, so being right next to him probably wouldn't have been the smartest thing.
Right.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
wherever Claes was put.
He looks peachy
Very
keen to
silent.
me.
Actually, does Claes? Because I remember you said that he looked a little more, like dark bags under his eyes and stuff.
Haggard.
Yeah,
Oh.
in the previous day, does he look worse today?
Do you wake him up?
No, we'll let him sleep.
He doesn't.
Unless Seraphina wants to.
He doesn't. He doesn't look worse right now. But make a perception check.
I am going to ask Fea to have a look at him so that I can keep my eye on the plant still.
Okay.
Nice.
Ooh. Yeah, he doesn't look any different than he did yesterday. You said you're looking at Claes, right? Is that all you're looking at?
Fea is.
Fea is. Is that all Fea is looking
Yeah.
at? It's a loaded question. I shouldn't even ask that. I mean, I feel like you specifically
Just
As-
asking
said-
for a friend, no reason.
Yeah.
As a creature that has like 10 feet of blind sight and other stuff, Feywild probably
10 feet of blind sight. That's fair.
just in case, it relies on its blind sight to keep off emergency attacks.
It's not a scarecrow, is it?
Seraphina seems a little off, maybe. Like a little tired. A little moody, maybe.
Yeah, thinking about it, I don't think she normally says it's a wonderful day.
What are you looking at, Orilyn?
It's technically Feywild looking at you.
Yeah. Fail looking around. You see that plant? That's the one I talked to earlier.
Which one?
She'll point.
I move closer to Orilyn and it's like, it can talk to you?
No, I did magic. I cast my spell that lets me speak with plants.
Does it want to be your soulmate?
No?
Did you say soil mate? Or soulmate?
What is
I
it?
think you said soil.
That's
Yeah, I
hilarious.
tried to do a
That's
do a
hilarious.
pun. And I give Orilyn like a smile. Well, I'm rooting for you.
No, why'd you say it like that? No, this plant wants us to leave as soon as possible. So we'll finish our rest, and then we figure out what we're doing, and then we should go.
Why should we leave?
Because we've got things to do.
Do you know where we're going?
Yes?
Why didn't we do that last time?
You were there. We tried.
Go back to that maze?
Vash told you not to think about that.
Okay. And then Seraphina's just gonna like sit on the edge and just like feel the air around her. And she feels like tranquil around the area.
Orilyn will communicate with Fea to keep watch on Seraphina and the plants. She's gonna go sit next to Melora for a minute. Still got all the stuff?
Wait, sorry. What were you doing, Orilyn? There's a lot of stuff going
Oh.
on right now.
Sorry, she communicated with Fea to stay watch Seraphina and the plants. I think they can communicate mentally. And then she went and asked Melora if she's still got all of Claes' stuff.
Yeah, she looks down and she's probably like holding his bag still. Yeah, she nods.
And then she'll say,
like Melora looks over towards where Claes literally just was.
just was?
Yeah, and then her eyes go wide, and like you're talking to her, you follow her eyesight, and Claes is not there. He is gone. Also, the ropes that were binding him are just laying there on the ground.
Of course. I guess I look around for Claes.
I check around to see.
Let me see here. Oh. Sorry, so there's some stuff going on
Yeah.
you guys can't see.
Yeah. So I'll look around for Claes, and I'll also alert Seraphina and Fea.
What happened?
Hang on. So hang on just one second. The manacles are there on the ground as well. And there's also it's not a deadly amount of blood, but there is a little bit of blood, and there's also a smattering of it on the inside of the manacles. Like he wounded himself getting out of here.
Yeah. He probably like broke his thumb or something. Slide that on out. Seraphina, can you do that thing where you message in just all directions? Tell him, it's dangerous alone. He should just come back.
All right. I'll try to do a message. And I tell him, "Where are you, bud?"
One second here. So you're casting message on Claes?
Yeah, trying to like point at every direction, hoping to get an answer.
Okay.
No response.
No response.
Which is the direction that you point first?
I point south.
Yeah, no response.
No response. And I just close my eyes, and then I try to feel his presence.
Oh, right, because you feel Fey.
Does it just tell you if I'm in the area?
Link it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, link it. Let's take a look.
Divine sense, I think, right?
She just like tries to sniff the air for Claes.
So a divine sense. Can you link it so we can take a look?
Divine sense. Oh no, she's not doing divine sense.
Oh, what are you doing?
Oh, okay.
She's just smelling the air for Claes's scent.
Okay.
His body odor.
That would be a
Yeah.
perception check.
If it's based on scent, then my advantage on stealth won't apply, so I'll roll a normal stealth contesting.
Okay. So perception.
Fea will also.
Oh, I rolled so.
You turn your nose up to the air. No idea. Fea. Looking around. Probably not sniffing, but actually looking. And listening and stuff. Nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing. Yeah. For both Fea and Seraphina, there's nothing. No idea.
Where are they? Where is he?
You hear
Can I look at the manacles?
you hear a branch crack in the distance, like somewhere off in the woods. You hear a branch just.
Can you send Sia?
Seer takes a look around. Nothing.
All right, so I head straight to the sound of the branch cracking.
Can I roll perception to see if I hear it coming? Because I think after I broke the branch, I'd be trying to listen to make sure that no one heard me.
Yeah, okay.
All right. No advantage.
I hop on Seer and then we start heading off.
I think you know the answer, Claes.
Yeah.
Okay, so you hop on Seer and you take off in the direction of the noise. No problem.
Mm-hmm.
So, whoops, I grabbed the wrong thing here. So, just for illustration purposes, I don't know that like what direction Claes went.
Probably not towards the maze.
Okay.
So
Oh,
if this
that's
is away
true.
from the maze, let's not go in that direction.
Okay. And I'm just gonna put Seraphina out here just to illustrate that you're leaving the like rest of the group to go look for him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming you're taking cover, right, Claes?
Yeah, he's like in a bush or something, trying to see if anyone's coming after him and failing.
Yeah. So Seer's looking around, doesn't see anything. Seraphina, would you like to make a perception check?
Okay, I'll guide myself to do this. Option.
Yeah. Okay.
Come out, wherever you are.
You do see something. What tips you off? What is it that tips Seraphina off, do you think, Claes?
Maybe there's a bit of blood on some of the a bit of blood leading into the bush where it looks like I pushed aside some of the stuff, and then she might see like an eye, one of my eyes glinting in the bush.
Okay.
As I see his eye, I'm gonna use my bonus action to cast Hunter's Mark.
Okay. You cast Hunter's Mark on him.
Additional 1d6 advantage.
And you can't lose him while this is on him, right? You can basically track
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you have advantage on? Would I know that this is on me now? Would I know that I've been mystically marked, or
I don't know, actually.
do I just?
I don't see how you would.
do- Yeah.
Let me put
Is
Yeah.
there like
I mean, it doesn't
there's a
specifically-
verbal
Oh, verbal
component, I guess.
component. So
Yeah.
I'd probably be able to tell that she's talking at me.
some kind of magic at you, probably. But I don't know if you know what it is unless you know Hunter's Mark. I mean, you're a super
Okay, but it's probably
You're a-
enough that I know that.
you are a
she
super
knows.
powerful wizard, but
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I suppose I would allow an Arcana check to see if you can make out the spell.
Or just I'm just saying, make out that she's on to the fact that she's trying to cast something on me, and that she knows that I'm here.
That's fair. Well, yeah, it's just a
Um,
verbal component. She chants some magic words at you while she's flying at you on a giant skeletal owl.
Claes is going to try to run.
And I tell Seer fetch.
Yeah,
And
so I
then
will
we-
run at 100 per round to the left on the map.
All right. How fast can Seer move?
Or, I mean, 105 per
60
round. Sorry.
60 feet and then dashing, so 120.
Okay. So the owl is chasing down the field mouse. You're gonna catch him eventually.
Yeah. So
How
I guess
how
fast
careful is
forward
Claes
to
to be
Do
to
what?
avoid these plants? He's booking at full
uh,
speed. Is he dodging plants, or is it just a straight
I
line?
mean, he's not gonna try to run. He's not gonna run directly into it. Kind of like if it were a tree, you know, you're not gonna run face first into a tree, but he's not giving them a huge berth or anything. He's definitely going past them.
Yeah, as you scramble past the plants, we see like the fleshy bulb. Maybe it's like facing towards you, just out of happenstance, and you run by it. And I think maybe there's like a moment where you pause and like look at it, and nothing happens. You keep running.
On our way there, can I message Orilyn that I found him?
Yeah.
I tell Orilyn I found Claes and he's headed this way as we start like flying off the distance towards him.
Yeah. I mean,
Wait, what's this way?
here's what we're gonna do. I think you guys are gonna get about 100 feet from the rest of the party, ish. And so like give you guys both a turn to run to put some distance between you and the party, and then we might just like roll initiative and see what happens.
Okay.
So we're rolling initiative with her caught up to me, right?
Yeah.
She would have. Okay.
Yeah.
Because if I was
With
like,
speed.
yeah, if I was like 5 or 10 feet away, and I used my turn to go like 105, yeah, she would have caught up then. 'Cause she
Yeah.
goes 120.
Should we go that plus 100? You might still be like 5 feet away from her, just to be honest.
Well, I was like here, I think.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah,
it'd be,
because
like, right on
I
the-
was here. Because I remember I was right in the bush.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it would be she'd be like diagonal for me like that wherever we
Mhm.
were.
All right. Well, in that case, that's what we'll do. We'll set you guys like this over here somewhere. You're 100 feet away from the party. Is the map even 100 feet across? Because if so, I might just move the rest of the party. It's 150 feet.
Yeah.
So 100 feet away from Seraphina. Be like right there. Somebody keep an eye on that square for me for a second. I'm just gonna move all you guys.
What square? Oh,
So, like,
Around
right
here.
there. Right there? Is that where it was?
Yeah.
yep,
100.
pretty close.
All right, I'm gonna put this plant back where he was. Just for the record, the plants are still all around you guys. You're still up in the treehouse. We're just using this for illustration. Now let me zoom out so the audience can see the distance here. Cool. I was like, all right, that's pretty far. Okay, so I guess now Orilyn's like out watching all this happen. Here's what we'll do. Bring up initiative order here. We'll clear it out. And Claes and Seraphina can roll initiative. Make sure you guys click on your tokens. I guess Orilyn, you're awake. You can also roll initiative if you like, just in case you want to jump in and do something.
Sure, there's anything I could do, but Orilyn would reply when she received the message. She would have at least replied with "Can you get him?" I guess.
If I could still
it
reply back.
would
I
have been
would,
more like, "Can you
try.
get him?"
It looks
Get
like
him.
it looks like you rolled
Sounded like-
Feya's initiative. Just by the way,
Did I?
Came up-
4.4?
it came up as Feya on the.
I'm seeing it as Orilyn.
There
Wait,
you are.
Came up as
Oh,
Fey on
I
mine
think
too.
Oh yeah, it does
I-
say Feya.
it
I
was
think I
Orlin's
had last-
stats though.
I had last clicked on Feya, but
Okay.
I was
You rolled
rolling
on your.
Oh.
stats, so Feya's technically Orilyn,
Okay.
and they go on the.
All right, no problem. You still rolled it from your sheet, is what you're saying. Gotcha.
You keep cutting out, Ella. Just so you
I think
know.
it's we live.
Don't
I
know
think
why.
pretty close in the same area, and there's this pretty bad storm kind of where I'm at.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah.
General
I
area.
forgot that we have wind advisory.
Yeah. It was like
Strong
50
winds.
miles an hour, pretty close to where
Oh,
I am.
damn.
And just last week we had flood warning. It's like, go away,
I
bad
had a
weather.
tornado warning.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
We didn't get that bad.
Jeez,
It
guys.
was-
Wow.
We don't get tornadoes up here, except Port Orchard, they had one last year, or the year before, maybe.
Wow. Yeah. Anyways, that might be why I'm cutting out. Because we
Yeah, that's
have
probably
gotten
it.
strong wind advisories.
I had my power flicker a couple times earlier. I think I'm fine
Yeah.
on power though now. Yeah, so I'm not out running. Claes, I think, has realized that he's not getting away. So he's gonna turn around and he raised his hands in the air, and you might notice some of the blood is coming from one of his hands.
Yeah, one of his thumbs looks really jacked. Like it's bent the wrong way. Like when he raises
He
his
says-
hands, one of them is like, I mean, it's not like it didn't tear the thumb off, but it's like he cracked it really bad, and it's all bent wrong and disfigured. So when he holds his hands up, it's pretty obvious that one of his
He
hands.
says- Wait, you're still on the mountain, right?
Yeah,
And how tall is the mountain?
20 feet, I think, would be.
Wow.
If it's a
20, I thought it was 10.
large. Oh, yeah, 10. 10. Never mind. It's 10,
10,
feet.
yeah.
So if it's large, it's 10. If
Probably a
it's
pretty
huge,
big wingspan, though.
That's true.
Yeah, Claes looks up and he's panting. He says, "Okay,
Go inside.
you got
Going.
you got me. I surrender." And then I'll take a swing at her.
Okay.
Okay, so you've chosen death. Got it.
18.
Doesn't hit.
Claes kind of looks up like, I'm really screwed. And then he goes and turns to try to run again. So he will start to move.
Get an
Yeah.
opportunity attack.
Yeah.
Okay. Does the mounted combatant
You are mounted.
apply to this attack?
You are mounted, so I think so.
I am
Okay.
smaller than your mount.
Alright. So it's just a longsword because I couldn't find Ubu's last words. So, where's my longsword?
No. Okay. Yeah. Take a swing at him.
Nope.
It misses. I will run 35 feet and then 35 feet. Some 70 away now.
Okay. So you get 70 feet away. And then I guess that's the end of your turn?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna put 70 in your red circle on your token, just so we know how far away you are.
Okay.
And then I guess it's
Oh, also, we never went over it. How much damage should I take from breaking my thumb?
here.
I just want to say that I rolled a nat 1 on that.
You did.
Oh wow.
But you only take 1 damage, so.
Hey, 2 1s. Nice.
But your thumb is broken, so if anything that requires 2 hands, so like firing a bow, is going to be at disadvantage until you heal, I think.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, I run the 70 away. That's my turn.
All right. All right. Well, Orilyn, do you want to do anything?
I'm still waiting for Seraphina to reply if she can get him or if Orilyn should wake the others. But with as far as he's getting, I guess it's getting to a point where if Orilyn doesn't do something now, he might get out of her range.
Yeah, they're now like 170 feet away from you.
Shoot. Okay. Yeah.
Well, at least Claes is. Seraphina's not yet. Because Seraphina hasn't
He's
gone.
gonna look at Melora and say, should we wake the others?
Melora's going to say, we didn't the last time she did something like this.
No, I mean about Claes running.
Because remember Seraphina took Melora for that midnight ride where they killed that guy right here.
Yeah.
The last time you guys camped here.
Right.
No, that was the first campsite. This is a different.
Yeah. That's what
Really
I'm saying.
This
different?
is the same as the second one.
Yeah. The last time you guys camped in this, wasn't it in this area? Because the dead body is
It was still.
This
dead
is only
body-
our second long rest.
the
in
dead
the
body.
Feywild.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a general
Oh, is
area.
it? Okay.
The
Yeah.
dead body is right there. Like we were using the same map.
Map.
Same map. Yep.
Yeah.
So it's the-
But you say no about Claes. She says she kind of stands up and she says, "If you think that's best," and she starts getting ready to wake everybody up.
Wait, what is she doing to wake everybody up?
She's not gonna like cast tidal wave on them if that's what you're
Okay.
worried.
She's
She's-
doing it all in one.
Everyone
wake
gets a
up
cold
call.
bucket of water.
Yeah. I mean, she's gonna do something, like certainly.
Right. Make sure they know the terms with the plants, and I guess Orilyn will start helping to wake up people.
All right. If you're gonna use,
She's gonna start with Avaachai because he already knows the terms with the plants.
all right. So you want to use your action to wake up Avaachai?
Yeah.
I assume this is pre-finishing long rest.
It is. So if you haven't
Yep.
gotten a long rest, you're not getting one. Because it's interrupted. That goes for Seraphina and Claes and everybody. It doesn't matter if you slept your full time. I guess that goes for Orilyn too.
Technically, Orilyn got her long rest because she finished the first 4 hours.
So I think the long rest has to be at least
Or-
8 hours of downtime. Like it's not just about the sleep. You got to have 8 hours of uninterrupted downtime. Let's look up the definition. Let's look it up. I'm pretty sure it interrupts everyone's long rest if you don't finish, because there's still basically 2 hours left on the long rest.
After resting in
No.
this way, you gain the same
Yeah.
benefit as a human does from 8 hours. So I got my long rest.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
The
we
warlock
got-
that doesn't need it.
Yeah.
Okay, so it tells
So-
you only need 4 hours. Yeah, then that's extenuating
Yeah.
circumstances. For everyone else,
Yeah, and
here's-
the damage that I have is what I took after I came out of my trance. So Orilyn is as she should be.
yeah. If it says you only have to rest for 4 hours, then you only have to rest for 4 hours. Yeah. It literally says that, so you're good. For everyone else, the definition of long rest is right there. If you don't meet the definition, you don't get it. Unless you have some special bullshit that says you only need 4 hours, then you can have it. All right. So you wake up Avaachai. So you see you move over to where he is, and then you
Yep.
shake him. He wakes up.
So we're still same terms with the plants, but Claes is running, Seraphina's chasing. Seraphina's acting a little funny, but I don't know, and they're that way. She just
Avaachai kind
blinked.
of blinks a few times. He says, "Right," and he starts to like get into action. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. He starts to wake up. I guess I'll have him roll initiative at the end of the round, or should I have him roll right now, and then just apply it next round? Like, how should I do that?
Well,
I
if
think-
he's just being woken up, he would still have to like get up from prone, basically. But I don't know if that really has anything to do with if he rolls now.
What
or
were you
not.
gonna say, Wolf?
Oh, I was going to say I would just roll them now, and then at the top of the next round is when everybody can do stuff.
Yeah, that would
sounds
make
fair.
Yeah.
All right. So after Seraphina, we'll go back into normal turn order. I'll reset it to descending, so everybody goes in order. All right. So you wake him up.
Oh,
and you give him...
you should roll for Melora, because she's technically also
She is. Yes.
awake and doing stuff.
And she could do stuff right now.
Yep.
Right after you. Because she was already awake.
Yep.
Okay. I'll go ahead and roll for Ishu for when he gets awake. Actually, it might not be this turn. We'll see. Because Melora's probably going to wake up everybody, just to be honest. Then Vash already rolled. All right.
I was just getting it out of the way. Yeah.
Yeah. And Odayn, you can go ahead and roll if you want. Okay. So you wake him up, you give him instructions. What was it again? You basically just told him what was happening. You tell him what to do.
Yeah. So she told Avaachai, the truce with the plants still applies. Claes is running, and Seraphina's chasing after, and she's acting a little funny.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
And then she points in the direction they went, and they went that way.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, he starts to get up. He wakes up fairly quickly. You guys sleeping on the road, you're probably used to having to wake up and be ready for a fight. By the way, if you were sleeping and you wear armor, you were not sleeping in your armor. Just as a note. So I think that only applies to Odayn.
I wouldn't have my studded leather, but I don't feel like I would have taken that off while I was manacled, so I probably just wouldn't have gotten a good rest.
Oh, okay.
But I couldn't take it off while I was manacled and tied up, so I guess I still have it.
Did we... What gear did we take? Was it just your bag and weapons?
What weapons?
Yeah.
Well,
it's
whatever.
actually-
You mean my
whatever,
arrows?
If you have a focus or whatever.
They took my spell book.
They took-
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, you guys did look through his stuff, right?
Yeah.
There wasn't any... I guess there wasn't really a spellcasting focus, was there, Claes?
Not that they know about.
Right.
All right.
I keistered it right before they caught me.
Yeah.
Still in contact with it.
This is true. Waving around is the tricky part. Okay. So okay, you wake up Avaachai, you let him know what's going on. Tell him where they are and everything. Is that your turn?
Where?
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's all I would have done.
Where's the bit about the sleeping in armor thing? I remember it. I just can't
Let's
find
see.
it.
Let's see if I can
I wanted
find
to read
something.
it.
Sleeping in armor 5e.
I guess I could have done that too.
Well, like I could try to find it in the book, but it's gonna take longer. Usually, people reference.
Okay, so it's just medium or heavy armor that you can't sleep in.
People are bringing up. Yeah. If light armor doesn't count for this, I believe, because it's only like medium and heavy.
So Xanathar is page 77.
Yeah, but it's also somewhere in the DMG or the PHB, I think.
Probably, yeah.
I think Xanathar's might be where that exception is printed, but.
Oh, and the only thing it affects is how many hit dice you recover. I don't think it affects spells if you sleep in your armor.
I didn't say what it affected.
I figured you just don't get a long rest or something. It's like, oh, sorry.
Yeah.
This is what I see.
Yeah, I'm used to Pathfinder rules
There we go.
as far as that goes.
Oh, you got it? Cool. Yeah, I saw that from Xanathar's. Does it say the rule for sleeping in medium or heavy? Oh, okay, it does say it. Okay. Oh, so you still. Oh, okay, and it just doesn't reduce your exhaustion. Okay, but you still get HP back, I guess, and stuff.
Right.
All right.
You get some HP, you get spells and stuff. Because technically, spells are like a morning ritual for most classes.
Shoot,
So
I
it's
guess
technically after you rewake.
I guess I'm used to Pathfinder 2 or something, because I was thinking there was. I was thinking totally different rule. Like you didn't get the long
My
rest.
armor doesn't help me much because I think I have medium armor, but
Oh, you do. I thought.
I think I don't
thought
know.
the only person that might be wearing medium was Odayn. All right. Okay. So Melora's turn. Let's see. Let me turn up the combat music since we're in full combat mode now. Melora. Let me see here. 30-foot range. Do you guys have like a campfire going or anything?
I don't
doubt
think
it.
so.
Doubt it.
It's
Okay.
technically daylight out,
Yeah.
and so we didn't need lighting, and I don't think we would have wanted to risk burning down our
That's
wooden
true.
Yeah.
fort.
We're drawing attention.
Yeah. That's a
Yeah.
good point. That's a good point. So she cast create or destroy water. Basically, it just starts to rain within 30 feet of her.
Okay.
Because you can do it as rain. You can alternatively have it fall as rain within a 30-foot cube. And that should wake. I mean, that should wake everybody, right? Everybody's within 30 feet of her.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like if it started raining on you, you would probably wake up.
Now I'm imagining Ishu sleeping on his back, mouth wide open, and just starting to drown.
yeah, right.
I don't know. I feel like if you're really tired, you could sleep through it. But it would be very
Like if it's a light drizzle, yeah.
yeah, it'd be very uncomfortable over time.
Something tells me Melora's making sure it's not just a light.
Right.
drizzle.
Yeah, I mean, she's probably she can do it. She can use up to 10 gallons of water. I mean, that's like a shower, you know. I mean, I would think.
Bring on the bath. It's fine.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sure Ishu needs it.
We all need it.
Well, yeah.
But she's probably also like yelling and chanting. I mean, she has to chant words to do the spell and stuff. So
Interesting.
it might snap you guys out of it. I will be nice and say it's a good way to wake everybody up. Now you guys will still be prone, so there is that. Just keep that in mind. But we'll take the sleep debuff I put on you guys off.
It doesn't say. I guess it's a pretty quick rain.
Let's see.
Doesn't say how long it lasts.
It's true. It just says
Instantaneous.
duration is instantaneous.
So just 10 gallons fall across it.
Yeah.
Sploosh. God damn it.
Remember the joke we made about pouring water on people while they're asleep?
Yeah,
The YouTube
great.
videos? That's what happens.
Well, it's up to 10 gallons, not necessarily 10 gallons.
yeah.
Depends on how you do this.
I mean,
He wants
she's
to
known
make
for
sure
her
you guys
restraint.
wake up.
yes. That was hilarious. Wolf. All right. What were you going to say, Ella?
Oh, I was saying she just wants to make sure everybody wakes up.
Yeah.
10 gallons is the way to do it.
All right. Okay. So that's her turn, I guess. So Seraphina.
Seraphina's thing is that she will start heading towards Claes again with Seer. Dashing towards him. I think it was 70.
Yeah.
So
70. So you got to go 60 and then dash to get there.
okay. Yeah.
Mhm.
And
Alright.
then I'll try to attack him.
Wait, can you dash as a bonus action?
That's
the mount
serious
action to
movement.
dash.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, mounts. Love it.
And then for ability checks, does it include attacking things or? Because for exhaustion level 1, it's disadvantage in ability checks.
No,
No.
that's separate. I think exhaustion 2 or 3 is attacks.
Oh, okay.
Ability checks would be like, all right, make a strength check to move that thing.
It would
right?
also be initiative.
Oh, it would?
That is an initiative or an ability check. Yeah,
Oh,
it's a
dang.
dexterity ability check.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. Or like, I guess grappling and stuff like that would be all ability check stuff.
But you can still smite with full power. So
yeah, you can still save. You still have a straight up roll on saves too. So those aren't technically ability checks.
I'm just gonna use my turn to attack him.
Okay.
I fully support this.
Yeah.
So it's the long sword, one-handed. Okay. I don't know why it's turn. Okay, that's the damage already.
26. Does that hit, Claes? I think that hits. Right?
Pretty sure.
I don't know. He might have stepped away for a second. He said he might have to a minute ago.
Feed this cat.
Does he cast shield?
I mean, even if he cast shield, it would still hit. His AC, if I'm correct, is 17. So I think.
Yeah, it's a little bit lower than that.
Yeah, it's like
Tiny
14.
So I'll take 12, I guess.
All right.
You got a lot of HP. That should be fine for you.
Yeah. Definitely.
Add a 1d6 from Hunter's Mark.
Oh yeah.
And then
Okay.
I'm gonna attack him again because extra attack happens.
Smite him.
All right.
Too much. 27.
That hits, surprisingly.
Is it every turn or once a turn, right? For Hunter's Mark, it's not every hit. Wait.
I think it's every hit.
Until
Oh,
the spell
damn.
ends, you deal an extra 1d6 damage to the target whenever you hit it with an attack.
Oh
Yeah.
shit. Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's only if you swap Hunter's Mark. Or swap. Never mind. Unrelated.
What were you
For
gonna
the that's for the ranger. Yeah.
Yeah,
that-
it's a ranger thing. That's a ability you could swap favored foe, I think.
Right.
Oh,
And then that's only once per
Or-
round.
yeah.
Favored enemy
Oh, okay.
or whatever?
Yeah, you swap favorite enemy for favored. It's one of the
Yeah,
alternate
that.
options.
Oh, okay.
And that one can only be once per round.
Oh, okay. Cool.
I
Total
tell Claes to concede right now unless you want to meet my blade with your neck.
I think he already said he surrenders, right?
Oh, okay.
Wait, did he?
I said I surrender and I punched her.
Oh, that's
Oh, well,
right.
yeah.
That's right. That's right. Then you punched her and then you took off running.
Circumstances change.
Yeah, it was weird.
Okay, sorry. That's my bad. Okay. All right. So you stab. I'm going through PTSD from where you killed Tim. So I'm just like, oh god,
This
she's
is
gonna.
strangely deja vu.
Yeah. All right. So here we are again, friends.
I'm not
Good
sure
thing
the
I didn't
friends
use
thing
the
is going to
right
apply if
time.
you kill him twice. Second time, he might get a little annoyed.
All right. So yeah, you stab him. You tell him to surrender. Is that the end of your turn?
Good job.
The bonus actions. Attack as a bonus action.
You
all right.
can't, I don't think.
I can't. You know what? I'm gonna attack again with using what is that fighter thing?
Oh,
Called-
fighters. Action surge.
Yeah,
yeah.
action surge. Yeah,
Oh,
I'll
boy.
use that to attack again.
Okay, all right.
So, are you doing legit attacks or are you doing
Other?
non-lethal?
If I see that he's bloodied, I would do non-lethal. If he's already bloodied or not.
I'm bloodied.
He is.
Okay,
bloody.
then this one will be non-lethal. Good
We-
thing this isn't Ulu swords.
You know, we all kind of. It's funny because everyone's like, "Wait,
Yep.
are you killing him? Or are you not killing him?" Like everyone's freaking out. And I just want to point out that shows how good of a job Ferdy does as the Angel of Death. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Just gonna point that out. All right.
It's an oath of vengeance.
It hits.
It-
Everyone gets mad at me for burying people, but Freddy's over here chopping them to pieces.
It's still
Hey, you killed an innocent woman that one time. All right.
right.
I brought her back.
Inflict wounds at
I
her.
brought her back to life, so it's cool.
This is non-lethal, by the way. Just letting you know.
That knocks me out.
I'm sure.
Okay.
I'm sure she
There you
didn't
go.
mind.
Add a Freddy.
All right. So Seer's gonna lay on top of him so that Seer, like, it looks like a cage in the middle of his like thing. He's gonna like try to scrape Claes and put him in the shield. Yep.
His rib cage.
So,
can do
Right
that.
in there.
so you're like Seer's just like grabbing him in its talons. Is that what you're wanting to do?
Yeah. And then put him in this like rib cage.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. Kind of. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's a pretty cool idea. Yeah. So Seer, the skeletal owl, pushes him up inside its rib cage, and you knock him out with non-lethal damage, right?
Yeah, non-lethal.
All right. Claes, can you roll a 1d4?
I can roll a 1d4.
One nat one, and it just completely kills your plan.
All right. So you're unconscious for 1 hour.
Okay, at least it's just an hour.
And yeah. Also, since you're automatically stabilized, I think you have 1 HP technically. So,
Okay.
I think it's.
Oh, shoot, that's true.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, right.
That is a devourer.
I was gonna make that comparison, but I didn't. I thought about it, and then I was like, no, I'm not gonna make. I was gonna say, oh, like the. Then I was like, no, I'm not gonna do that. All right. So.
The
yeah.
Devourer, that's the name.
Yeah.
We don't know that, but I know
Yeah.
that.
All right. So you got him. You scoop him up. You had the action to. Well, I guess he's a free object.
Free object interaction
Well-
now.
Combat's over now, anyways, so
That's true. Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
That's fair.
take
Yeah,
all
we-
the time they want.
That's true. I guess we can actually just end the turn order.
Yeah.
So,
we can
I
tr-
guess
And it,
now that
and
Go ahead.
yes, Ella.
now that everybody's awake and I don't know if we were able to see what just happened, but Orilyn would explain the thing about the plants to people because she does not want them shooting off spells and damaging the plants and ruining their truce.
Hold up here. Wait a minute.
And she
We have
would explain what happened with Claes.
we have a truce with the plants.
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
But that's
why
not that's only the side thing. I just telling you about it so that you don't go around flinging spells. But Claes ran off. Seraphina went after him. They're that way. I think she did something to him just now.
Right.
But I can't
Can I
tell.
just ask, what made you decide to try and talk to the plants?
I have a spell.
Well, Vash is like wringing out his clothes. Oh, so you were bored.
Well, something attacked Avaachai and Feya and me, and your bird disappeared, and we were trying to figure it out, and it's probably the flesh attached to the plants, or the plants. I don't know. They said that the flesh wants us dead.
Oh, there's news.
And Odayn's gonna lie back down to sleep.
Yeah, once we see that Seraphina's coming back, I'm just gonna be like, back to sleep.
Yeah, Ishu's like, I'm all soaking wet. What? Why did you wake me up? You know, he's mad.
We thought we might need your help getting Claes.
Ishu, just make your cloak billow, it'll dry itself off.
Let me see here.
He's got
That
the cloak of
works.
billowing.
He does.
He never uses it. He was
he
so
do-
happy about it.
He does have the cloak of billowing, but does it
Yeah.
dry it off when you use it?
Well, I mean, it ripples
Well,
in the
it's just
wind, so I assume
getting
it
more
Right.
air
dry.
Yeah. I don't know if it
Yeah.
he kind of
That's
just like
ingenious.
he looks at you and he kind of just stares for a second, like he's irritated, right? And then
He means
the cloak just whips, kind of like Doctor Strange's cape or something, but it just ripples once, like all the way down, and the water on the outside of the cloak just like shoots all over the place, like around him. So there's like people
like a dog.
yeah,
Very
so,
much
like,
a dog, yeah.
yeah. I mean, except for it happens like instantly. Like he doesn't keep
Yeah.
shaking or anything. It's like somebody when wicking the sword off, or the blood off their sword or something like that, right?
Mhm.
It happens all at once. So like you and Odayn, particularly since you're closest to him, just get whipped with some more water quickly. And then he's still wet. He's still wet. Like it's soaked into the clothes and stuff. But it's not like, you know, all the surface water is gone. Now he's
Orilyn.
more or less damp.
Can't you, like, clean us off?
Who?
You. With your little spell.
Yeah,
Yeah, that one.
well, technically you're clean, so I guess I could warm up your clothes so they dry faster.
Yeah, it's true. Like pulling them out of a dryer.
Yeah. So she will cast that on herself. And then I think I could do it up to 3 times. Yeah. She'll cast on herself and
It's a cantrip, right?
You can do it in.
yeah,
it's-
but you can cast the spell multiple times, but you can only have 3 of its non-instantaneous effects.
Okay.
So
at a time. Yeah.
if she's warming them, she can only keep 3 people warm.
Okay.
She'll do it on Ishu because she feels really bad. Odayn already went back to sleep, so she'll cast it on Vash.
Right on.
Yeah, Odayn's used to being wet on boats, so
Oh, that's fair.
I'm sure he doesn't mind too much.
Yeah.
And
Of course, Melora is
she
fine.
actually is. She's only doing hers for a couple minutes, and then she'll cast it or dismiss it on herself and cast it on Avaachai because Avaachai still needs to sleep and she does not.
Yeah.
The last thing I do before I go back to bed or back to sleep is establish connection with Melora and say, "We're going to talk about that."
She asked me to wake you up.
I roll over.
Okay. So interrupted, you guys can go back to your rest. I'm guessing you return with Claes at some point. huh?
Yeah.
So we
And I
see
tell,
go ahead.
I ask Melora, you made this floor, you made the soil wet, Melora. How does the plant react, by the way, around us?
Are they happy with the rain?
That's a good point.
They don't react.
They don't react.
They're,
Okay.
they're plants. These aren't plants that like can run around and stuff. Like some of the
As far
plants
as we know.
yeah,
Okay.
like these aren't as far as you know, but yeah. These aren't like I mean, they're anchored to the tree. They're like they don't move. They don't react to anything. I mean, if the wind blows, it might shake them or something like that. They don't speak.
Well, I think he's asking because they told us not to magic and we magicked.
They did tell you not to magic, and you did magic. But right now, nothing.
They might be
happens.
happy about the
Yeah,
water.
rain. They
though.
probably don't.
Yeah.
mind.
Unless it's a rain of fire by Ishu. Alright, we're back. Claes is here. What do you guys want to do with him? I think Orilyn's probably the only one awake still in
Yeah,
Melora.
Orlin Malora. Let's see. Is he dying?
He's not dead. I can revive him if you want.
No, don't waste any more spells. We don't know what we'll need later.
So I put the image in here. So Claes's unconscious body is laying inside the chest cavity of a giant skeletal owl. So his arms are like sticking out between the ribs, awkwardly. And the owl is just standing there staring at you all like creepily. It doesn't make it's unsettling to be around this thing. It's
I think
it's an emissary
I
of
think that's
death.
why Orilyn asked if he was dead because it's just there inside the
Yeah.
owl.
So it's a sensible question.
And the non-lethal attacks didn't start until halfway, so he's got some good gashes on him.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
probably some blood
up.
leaking out of there.
Yeah.
Well, do you have bandages?
I do have a healer's kit with me. So,
Maybe bandage him up and can you manacle his feet? Hooves?
If they're people-sized manacles, they're not going to work great on hooves.
Well, if they around the ankles.
Yeah,
don't you?
ankles can be pretty small actually.
Do hooved creatures
Hoof-
have
yeah.
ankles?
Yeah.
They do?
Yeah,
I think.
it's just in a different way
They
than...
bend a different direction, yeah. Is all.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah. They still have a narrow part above their hooves.
So it almost looked like
Right,
it's like on near his thigh or like above the knee, kind of.
No, they'd be down below.
It
It's
would.
lower down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull up a goat leg for you because
I mean, I've seen goats, but maybe I'm just not thinking of it. I'll look up a picture. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
yeah, makes sense.
Claes.
Yeah. So can we put those manacles on his legs? Because he somehow got them off of his hands. Wait, there's something odd about his hand.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
The-
'cause
The
this,
yeah, it's like all snapped back at a weird angle. It's like turning. it's turning purple, like most of the thumb, all the way down to like where it, like where it's inside the hand, like almost to the palm. It's like all purple. Gross looking. A little bit of skin that's been scraped off too.
Well, we can always heal that later, I guess.
okay. What do you want to do while they are sleeping?
We should still bandage him up. Or maybe try to correct his hand.
Yeah, I'll do that with my healer's kit. I don't know if it could.
Orilyn will try to help. I'm assuming your medicine's higher than mine. Hopefully.
It's okay.
So let me ask you this: will the healer's kit recover any HP for him?
it will just stabilize
I don't-
him.
He's already stabilized.
Yeah,
He's
It's more
very
for like
stabilized.
RP purposes of covering up his wounds and
right.
No,
Yeah.
totally. I'm just thinking mechanically because I told Claes a certain thing has to happen in order for him to fix his thumb.
Oh.
which means
Oh.
he has to recover 1 HP. So, what we can say
Well,
is that
then-
like you wrapped it with the healer's kit and like it's like set now and it's healing, but until he
not
recovers an
healed.
HP, until so like until he
Yeah.
recovers an HP, it's not going to actually be healed.
Nice.
Well, it still needs to be set if it's going to heal naturally. So there's that.
That's true. Yeah, it's not going to grow back all funky or anything now.
Yeah.
You can like splint it or something. To...
Yeah.
Yeah,
it
basically,
back.
yeah. Okay. Go for it. You want to make a check?
Yeah, sure.
Orilyn's medicine is +2.
Do you have exhaustion? You said something about
Y-
exhaustion earlier, right?
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Do you
That's the
want
thing.
Orilyn
It's
to do
just
it?
like
'Cause Orilyn doesn't have exhaustion, so she could. I
That's
could make the
true.
roll, and you could help
It's
to
true.
give me the advantage.
by this definition, if the rest is interrupted by a period of strenuous activity, at least 1 hour of walking,
It
fighting.
has to be an
Is it-
hour's worth. Yeah.
Yeah, an hour's worth of fighting.
So it isn't interrupted.
It was.
Yeah,
it
that's a
was
good
just
point.
like a few minutes.
That's true. Yeah, it was probably less than that. Probably like a few. I mean, a few seconds. The actual combat, I think, because it was over quick.
Yeah.
But yeah, everybody was probably awake for a few minutes because of it. But yeah.
Okay.
Your rest won't be interrupted. I'll let you guys.
I think you can. I think Orilyn can do it because I only have a +1.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Here,
I'm
here's the
assuming
healer's
Seraphina's
kit.
still helping, though, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll guide you. I'll guide you.
Okay.
Nice.
18.
I would consider that a
Yeah.
success.
Pop his
Yeah.
bones back into place and
Yeah.
wrap them up.
Right on. Let's see here.
I don't understand why he doesn't want to be with us to the point that he would do this to himself.
He'll make a good soup.
What?
And then like I salivate and then like lick my lips.
Wait, what? What are you talking about right
And then I just like stare blankly at her.
now? Can't you go sit in that corner with Sia and watch the plants?
Alright.
And Orilyn will move Claes, I guess, next to Vash, or
Oh.
no. It's either next to Vash or Avaachai. Take your pick.
Avaachai.
Put him next to Avaachai.
Away from me.
She is putting the manacles on his ankles and still tying his wrists.
Okay.
And then she's gonna take Melora to the other side from where Seraphina is. And
Like over here, or? Whoops.
well, I'm not sure where we have space because we didn't do a box, but just like wherever is far from Seraphina.
As far Seraphina's kind of in the middle, right?
Like I'm guessing our
Yeah.
platform is only like 20 feet from one side to the other. It's
Oh,
probably
right,
not
because they're
real
supposed to
big.
be the size of the
Tree that we cut,
dome.
or the dome. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, we're trying to make it the dome size.
So
So,
we're all pretty
Orilyn
close.
told her to go sit in that corner, I think.
This corner here.
No, this one up
Oh, okay. over
where
here.
Orilyn was before.
Oh, the one that you talked
Or-
to.
Yeah, for Seraphina. I don't know if Seer's over there too or not, but
Yeah,
and then
see.
she'll
can be
move
around you guys.
She'll move Melora over so that she and Melora are near Claes, but Melora's not next to him.
Oh. There.
So
Oh, okay. That's it.
yeah, that works.
Or you can- whichever is fine.
Yeah. And she's gonna whisper to Melora, Do you notice Seraphina saying more weird things than she usually does?
She kind of like looks up in the air like she's thinking, right? And she says,
Like, I know she says a lot of weird things, but she's talking about making him a soup.
yeah, she kind of squints her eyes for a second. She says, "Do you think it's her attempt at humor?" Let me make a check for Laura here. And she says, she does seem to be nicer than normal. She let him live. That was kind of surprising, I think.
Yeah. That is surprising. Like, Orilyn, that did not dawn on her until just now. Hmm. I guess we'll talk to the others about it in the morning. Well, in a hour or so.
She nods.
But I don't know. Maybe stay away from him, and she'll point at Claes, and stay away from her for now.
Yeah, she kind of gives Sarah takes a look at Seraphina. Just kind of like looks her over. And she just kind of squints her eyes. And then she doesn't like turn back to face you. Like she's seeing something. She's picking up on something. She's too distracted by it to like turn back to face you to say sure. But she says, "Yeah, sure." And she just kind of keeps checking Seraphina out for a couple more seconds, and then lets her gaze drop while her mind is occupied by something else.
Yeah. I guess Orilyn's gonna she's gonna communicate with Freya that Freya keep intense watch on Claes.
Mhm.
And then Orilyn will keep watch on the plants and Seraphina, I guess.
Okay. First of all, everybody take 3 XP. For all the RP interaction stuff. I was gonna give Orilyn 3 XP for the scene before everybody else got involved. So you had that scene.
Oh, with the plants?
Yeah, the scene with the plants and Avaachai. So take 3 XP for that. Everybody else take 3 XP for the whole combat scene. All that stuff was hilarious. And why don't we like take a 10-minute break? And everybody gets a bathroom break, gets something to drink, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Does that sound good?
Yep.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Good stuff today, guys. This is pretty entertaining episode so far. So, all right, we'll be back in a few. All right, I am back. Let's. Hey, you guys back yet? All right. Oh. So, I don't know if everybody's back yet, but
I'm back.
hey. So, we got Claes unconscious. Is he still in the owl, or you guys take him out and you put him by Avaachai? That's right.
Yeah, we took him out.
And he's all shackled and manacled and tied up, feet, hands. Yeah, you got a couple hours left to go on your long rest. And then you guys should be good to go. Let's see here.
I forget. We're long rest or we're short rest 1 hour or 2 hours?
Sorry, what's the question?
We're short rest 1 hour or 2 hours. I forget.
It could be an hour.
An hour.
It's yeah, it's enough
Oh, in
short
that case,
rest.
we still have over an hour left. I could cast a healing spell on Claes.
Okay.
I don't know why I was thinking it was 2 hours. I was like, oh, I won't have enough time. But I do.
Yeah, you can do that if you want to.
Okay. Well, she doesn't want him to be conscious. Is the thing. But I guess if he's gonna wake up in an hour, well, she doesn't know how long.
You don't know that. Yeah.
Yeah. But he would need to wake up before 4 hours at least, so that we can get going. So yeah, I think she will. Healing word him.
Okay.
And since I'm using a warlock spell slot, so I can make sure I get that back at when we finish the rest, it's at 4th level. So here's your healing. Please.
All right. So 15 HP. That's a lot for Claes.
It's a lot.
I was making a joke like he doesn't have much HP.
He's at like 42.
Is Orilyn long resting and then short resting again? Is that what she's doing?
Basically.
Yeah.
Because her long rest only 4 hours.
Right.
Yeah.
Then for another hour, she short rested.
Yeah.
Basically. She basically does this every night.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's boring traveling with people who sleep.
And
yeah.
And I mean, as long as you're not using hit die, there's really no penalty for short resting.
Yeah. And I get my warlock spells back at the end of a short rest, so
yeah,
it's
exactly because you're special warlock shit.
Oh, so you should have been healing us this whole time then.
Right?
Well, the thing is, I only have 2 warlock spell slots, but yeah, I guess I could have been healing
That's 8
people
spells.
once every hour.
Twice.
Or
Don't you
twice
get 2?
every hour?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fine. You just don't care about it.
Hey,
she's had a lot of things on her mind.
You have heals too, don't you, Vash?
I'm asleep.
All right. So, I mean, I think the rest of your watch is pretty uneventful. The plants don't psychically attack you or whatever. I don't think really anything much else happens. I guess actually I take that back. About 30 to 45 minutes from the end of your watch, there is one thing that happens. It's nothing major. It's just that out in the distance somewhere, I mean, it sounds like it could be a good ways away, like maybe up to a mile away. At some point, you hear this large creature screeching, like in fury, as a spell wears off from it that was telling it to do a thing that it didn't want to do. Because remember, it lasted 8 hours and it was or something.
Well, I think she enchanted it before she enchanted Claes off first. But yeah, either way.
Yeah, did something happen with Claes? Why it word off from him? I don't remember.
No, I think it just went to the end of
his time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
the end of his time.
Also, when you heal him, he would wake up.
Mm-hmm.
I think the suggestion would have worn off a lot earlier.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
it would have been like halfway through.
It's fine. Whatever. Nothing happens but the sound of it screeching. Anyway, so at some point during the night, you heard the sound of this thing roaring and screaming in the distance, but it doesn't get closer or anything like that. That's it. That's the only thing that happens on your watch. What do you-
Odayn wakes up, and then he goes, "Guys, I had the weirdest dream. Orilyn talked to these plants, and then she says that like there's a truce. It was really weird."
No, that wasn't. Were you awake the whole time?
What?
No, when you woke us up originally, you talked to us and there was a truce.
Yeah, but like you weren't, unless you were dreaming that you witnessed the conversation. I made a truce with the plants. They don't harm any of us, and we don't harm them. We give them this wood back to the ground when we leave, and we don't cast magic on them or their habitat.
That was real. You weren't joking about that.
No.
So these things really want to eat us.
I don't know if they would normally want to eat us, but they are flesh corrupted, and they said she wants to kill us, and I think they're just hungry. Like
Part of the last month that we've been traveling, I mean, does it really surprise you something wants to eat us? Everything wants.
Right.
Name
but,
one thing that hasn't tried to eat us.
No, right. But what I'm saying is, if it's trying to eat us, why are we making a truce with it, and why do we believe it?
I agree with that.
So far, it hasn't done anything since. I mean, they haven't done anything since. There's more than one of them. And I was fully prepared to all-out attack, wake everybody up, and have everybody all-out attack them if they hurt us. And actually, it was when I was talking to Avaachai about us doing that they freaked out and made the truce.
So it seems like they're afraid of us. Why don't we just wipe them out?
You can't wipe out every living thing that's flesh corrupted. If we want to save the world, we want to try and save them too, right?
I think the word you're looking for is shouldn't. We certainly can.
I mean, have we established whether we can heal something that's already flesh corrupted?
Yeah, we saved I
But
say
these-
her name, but I don't remember it.
It's in the.
Orilyn says her name, but Ella doesn't remember it. But the Dryad. I have it written down. Let me find my notes.
Erogi or Erogi.
Iragai.
Oh,
Yeah.
Aragai.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
We
why
saved
don't we try?
Aragai.
Why don't we try saving these then?
That'd be a lot
Avaachai
of spells.
would. It's a lot of spells.
Unless it covers an area again.
Avaachai, does it cover an area or does it just cover one being?
What spell are you asking about again?
About his way that we cure the flesh corruption.
How he cured the forest the last time.
Yeah, I think that only happened because
we
it was
cured.
He
cured
says,
the Dryad, and the whole forest was
Dryad.
connected to the Dryad.
Yeah.
He says the spell I use can be used on creature, object, one creature or object at a time. The object could be a cursed item as well.
So Ella, are plants creatures or objects? I mean, I guess they're objects.
Depends on how much sentience they have, I suppose, eh?
Yeah. These ones I think could only talk to me because I did my spell.
I mean, if they talk to you, doesn't that mean they're sentient?
No. I mean, my spell made them be able to talk to me. Only for the 10 minutes that it works for.
So you can make something sentient for 10 minutes.
I turned to Melora. Can you do that? That sounds more like a god thing.
Melora will roll Arcana.
Yeah.
Arcana is intelligence, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
It's funny because I get the spell that actually awakens things next
Yeah.
level.
She says, to be honest with you, I think plants are already alive. Just the magic lets you communicate with them. It's not that that spell makes them higher level of thinking. It's just that sometimes we don't pick up on all the ways to communicate normally.
Fair enough.
Like basically it doesn't like make them smarter or anything. Like it just enables you to be able to speak with them on the way that maybe plants speak with each other, even if they're talking in like spores or like however plants communicate. Like it's not like a language. It's got to be some other thing. But yeah, I mean, it's not gonna like they're not gonna be able to become sentient and be able to like start building rocket ships or anything. They're still plants.
It's an excellent theological debate.
What's
Didn't
a
you also
rocket
mention?
ship?
Say what?
I mean, Melora doesn't
What's a-
say that. That was more Sam. That was more Sam talking to you guys at that point. Like it started as Melora, but over time I became more and more Sam and was just like talking to you guys.
Not to pull away from this conversation, but didn't you say that Seraphina was acting weird?
Yeah. So we bandaged up Claes. Actually, well, this happened after I told you she was acting weird. The first thing was she said it was a beautiful morning.
The Claes.
She seemed oddly cheerful. I don't know. And Melora said she seems not.
Oh, Melora said she seems what?
Nice.
nicer than usual.
Okay.
And then after we bandaged up Claes, because apparently he broke his thumb, she said something about him being delicious in a soup.
Avaachai, could you take a look at Seraphina as well?
He says, what would you like me to do? He seems suspicious of you.
We checked Odayn for a soul, right? Can you check Seraphina?
Well, you checked me for a soul.
I think we did that yesterday, or at least we talked about it.
Has he taken a look at you yet, Vash?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
Oh, he rolled a 1? Okay. He says, oh man. He kind of like looks defensive all of a sudden, and he gives a look to Seraphina, but it's almost a look of like hey, you got my back here kind of look. You recognize this, Vash, because he rolls a 1. This is on insight, but you're pretty perceptive guy.
Yeah.
Now he's suspicious of you, and he says, how about I take a look at you first?
Feel free.
He says, you've been acting strange as well. How do we know you didn't go after Claes to draw suspicion off yourself?
Suspicion for...
He did say you've committed some murders.
Wow. Avatar keeps switching sides. First it was against Claes, now he's for
Right.
Claes.
No, he's saying that they're both.
Vash kind of...
He's saying that they're both in on it, and that Wolf sold Claes out so that we wouldn't be suspicious of him, or that Vash did. Vash. That's what he's saying.
Vash kind of like scrunches up his face, and he looks off to the left and a bit, and he goes, I think only one murder, technically.
he says, look, if we're going to be checking everyone, I want to check him too.
I already said go for it. Just
Yeah,
no
that's
funny business.
fine with me. Also, Tim, did you add your hit points to Claes? It looks like he's still empty.
Tim, are you there?
Tim hasn't
I
gotten to
forgot
play for
to.
like an hour, so
Let me do that.
I was gonna say I wouldn't be surprised if he walked.
It's been basically like 2 or 3 episodes. The guy hasn't been
Yeah.
able to do much.
Stop turning on us.
Yeah, and you are conscious, by the way, now.
Ishu and Avaachai also need. And Seer.
You got 15.
Yeah.
She gave you 15 health back, so you'd be at a 16 total.
Oh, we long rested, right? I should probably do that.
Oh yeah, and you
Spells back.
and you finished a long rest. I mean, you're also like tied up and stuff. I don't know if you get do you get a long rest if you're tied up and manacled and stuff like that?
I don't see why you wouldn't. Prisoners get to sleep too.
Would I get the rest if I gotten knocked out and stuff?
Now
that
I
is a
don't
good
know.
point,
So
yeah.
long rest. The
Yeah.
only thing it says is that you have to have at least 1 HP to benefit from rest. Which
Non-lethal, so
because
I
he
do.
did non-lethal, you technically did.
Okay, cool.
Vash, what do you think of this whole plan situation?
Well, I don't like it, I guess, but we really should have to deal with the problem at a time here.
See something here because I gotta give these guys their hit points
Never-
and half their hit die back for these NPCs too here.
We've never shied away from killing the flesh before. I don't see why we would change now, except for is it necessary?
Yeah, we've always killed the things that have attacked us.
And supposedly they attacked. Seems like reason enough.
Yeah, Avaachai says, to be honest, I do not like the idea of trusting them either.
You don't seem to trust anyone right now.
He just kind of
So far, they haven't attacked us again, and it as long as we leave, they can't. So I think it's fine.
Avaachai, come on. Come check me out.
yeah.
Let's get this over with. And then I'd like to... I assume it's a spell that I know he's using to try to observe what he's doing.
So he just casts remove curse, but somebody else.
Not a spell that I... Come on.
Yeah, that's what he does when he's removing flesh corruption. He casts that, and someone else casts lesser restoration.
Well, he's not trying to cure me, right? He's just trying to... Whatever he did
He's
to
trying
notice
to
if there's a soul.
take a look at your soul. I mean,
Right.
it's basically the same thing, right? So the idea of the flesh corruption stuff is that it affects body and soul, and that's kind of the way I think of it. Like a curse might be a mark on a soul or something like that. Like lycanthropy curse in some TV shows is considered like a clawed soul, right? I know it's the show you watch, Wolf. For example. So that's kind of the way I think about it. Let's see.
So
here.
who else would be casting? Because normally it's either Seraphina or me that casts the other spell.
I mean, that's
I
true.
cast the other spell.
All right.
Oh, you can do it too, Odayn?
I'm pretty sure I did one of those other
He
times.
did.
Lesser restoration.
Lesser, yeah. I'm pretty sure I've done it like twice or something.
That works.
Yeah.
Hopefully we're not going to waste all of our spell slots to check each other.
That is going to be a problem. So what happened here with Avaachai turning on you? He did an insight check on you, and he rolled a 1. So that's what
That
happened.
means you should believe everything I say.
But you were telling the truth.
I know. So it works.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like, so he took it the wrong way. Also because like he's kind of in love with Seraphina in a weird way.
Right.
You know, there's a lot of complicated things going on with Avaachai that haven't outright been said.
Vash actually tells the truth surprisingly often.
So he was like, when you suggested checking her, he was being like, he was overcompensating and being defensive, and yeah, he's being an idiot. Is basically what's going on here. He's letting his emotions get the best of him. Let's see here.
If he's willing to waste the spell slots to check me, I will.
Yeah. All right, so he'll cast Remove Curse on you. And I'm assuming, Odayn, you're casting Lesser Restoration as well. So mark the spell off.
Is that what we're doing? I didn't realize that we were.
You don't.
I had to be involved in checking.
You don't.
the soul.
You don't have to. Like he can just cast a spell and basically take a look at Vash's quote unquote soul if he has one.
Yeah, I
might get a few on her soul.
But now we get an potential answer to a question. I don't know if I'm thinking as a DM, like, is Wolf provoking this to see if anything happens? Like, if this is related to Tulpa in any way. Tulpa mentioned the soul thing.
I am wondering if he'll see more than one soul.
Yeah.
Or such.
So he, there's like a tension. So maybe this scene is shot in such a way that it's like, you know, there's like tense music playing, and like there's this big build up to when he actually like takes a look at his souls, right? So we get to that part where he like releases the spell, and then he just steps back, and you know, the tension, all the music dies down, and he says, "No, you're clean." And he just moves on. Cleaner
after the shower.
His suspicion of you has faded entirely.
Okay.
He seems to think you're legit.
Seraphina next, right?
You said he stepped back.
He just like
that.
Well, he just
normal step back.
He has to reach out and touch him to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, and so after he does it, he just kind of steps back and like folds his arms, and like ponders for like maybe a second about what he just like saw, felt, whatever. Yeah, and he says Vash is clean, basically. Like he didn't seem to detect anything out of the ordinary.
Seraphina, could you come up here?
I am one with the ground. Do you want to join me with my...
I just pointedly raised my eyebrows at Avaachai.
He actually,
I told you she's been weird.
It is not being weird, dear Orilyn. One must know the surroundings around you. I am grounding myself, rooting myself with this land that you used to call home.
When's the last time you did that with any land?
I think I dreamt of something like this. That's why I'm trying to learn of this habitat that we are in.
Ash is just slowly shaking his head, staring at Chai.
So, like, Avaachai gives you a look, Vash, like, of complete resignation. Like, like, there's this look on his face, like, oh my god, you're right. He seems very concerned immediately. Then
that's fine, Seraphina. We'll come down to you.
Yeah. And then he starts to, you know, climb down and go down there. And he says, Seraphina, are you feeling okay? He seems kind of hesitant to approach you.
You dare touch the skin of the angel of death, Avaachai, without consent.
You have something to hide, Seraphina.
There's nothing to hide.
Then you shouldn't have any issues.
There are no issues.
He's got a
except for
surprisingly
him.
supple touch.
What?
I didn't stutter.
I cast thaumaturgy at Avaachai. So who do you trust most, Vash or I, Avaachai? It's like my voice booms like 3 times so that he could hear.
Yeah, we see like maybe we see like some Raiden style like holy crackling going on in your eyes as they light up, and you shout really loud. It echoes in the distance. Yeah. Okay. So Avaachai's gonna roll an insight check on you. Okay. Do you want to make a roll against that? You can roll it in secret if you want, so we don't know if it's persuasion or deception or whatever. Or, okay, something else entirely. Holy shit. Oh my god. Okay. That was Ferdy. That was so awesome. That was.
And then Avaachai feels small.
They don't see this, but Ferdy,
they don't.
Ferdy did something. I first of all, not one of the things I suggested doing, but so creative. So
Makes
creative.
sense.
And it just worked out perfectly. I can't really tell you guys. I mean, it's kind of obvious from the way she's behaving. I will say that. Yeah. Yeah. So and she crit. Okay, she crit on the intimidation.
That's right.
So yeah, Avaachai looks terrified and like mortified and ashamed that he even considered that there was something wrong with you. And he's ready to take your defense should you choose to smite Vash down for calling you out right now. Like
I tell Avaachai, remove your shoes.
He does.
Stay planted with me on the ground.
He does.
And I raise my hand, like signifying like branches.
Yeah.
I just look from one to the other.
You, Druid, shouldn't you join us? I look at Vash.
Would I like to take my shoes off and join you in the... No, good.
You wear shoes?
They're like soft shoes, yeah.
Okay. It's up to you then. Avaachai, join me.
Yeah, he does. He takes off his
Avaachai?
shoes.
Are you not gonna...
You should
then?
not.
He looks kind of scared. Like he I don't know. He's just like he's confused. He's having a crisis of faith. There's a lot of stuff going on here.
And then I call Seer to do the same thing. And then he flies right next to me.
Seraphina, are we not friends?
We are. Do you want to join me, Orilyn?
Can you just let Avaachai check you to be safe? We want to make sure you're safe.
Safe
He should.
how? From what?
He should be able to tell if you've fully connected with...
Wait, did you cut off or I got cut off?
Fully
I might have got...
I think he cut off.
Yeah, he should be able to tell if you're fully connected with...
With what?
The Earth.
Oh, okay. Sorry, it was cutting off right at the end. The same place both the time.
You see us, the three of us, just doing the pose. Silence. We were just like quiet and like we're planted.
Oh.
It's quiet, and you guys are all standing there. You see her and Avaachai are all doing this pose, and we just see like a bead of sweat rolling down Avachai's face and into his beard.
Orilyn's gonna walk up and slap Avaachai across the face.
Oh no.
All
Necessary.
right. Make a
Um,
unarmed attack
and-
roll, I guess.
What is an unarmed attack roll?
I think it's just like a strength check or something, right?
Okay.
Is that right?
Well-
that sounds right. Let me check.
Yeah.
Attack would just be strength, efficiency. Just strength.
Okay. It's not good, but
Ooh,
apparently
still
I
good.
can roll well enough.
Yeah, roll a
Maybe.
d4 for damage.
No, I think it's just a
A
one.
1.
1 plus strength.
It's just
Yeah.
What's your strength?
She's also doing it non-lethally, but she
I don't think that
as she slaps
You
him,
kill him.
she says, "Snap out of it, Avaachai."
Make it I mean, here's the thing. You have to, okay,
Ensorcelled.
you can roll like persuasion or intimidation, like Seraphina might have done.
Yeah.
But he's being compelled by a certain thing to do this against his will, potentially. But they rolled a thing, so you might have to beat that thing.
Can I whisper to Melora? Melora, it looks like they want to be trees. You want to water them? Help them out. Maybe it'll take them out of whatever is happening to them.
Melora gives you a look like, are you sure?
I mean, we might as well like humor them, right? Seraphina seems to want to be a plant.
Also, I'm not.
What?
Also,
What
you're
is
not.
this? Oh.
Also,
Better.
you're not.
It's not
What?
just me, I think it's Discord.
Yeah, we last
You keep,
Oh.
you keep cutting off
I'm-
Orilyn.
I'm gonna type it in real tiny.
yeah.
Okay. And if I get dosed again, I'm gonna be. I hate this whole group.
I mean, she can just do the same thing she did earlier and make it rain on them, right? She could do that. But there's also... It sounds like that's what you're asking her to do. It's just like...
Or just sprinkle stuff on them, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't
Particularly
think you need to
Avaachai and Seraphina.
Yeah. So she just stands up. She like walks over to the edge of the...
Treehouse.
Yeah. And like looks over the edge. And, she'll cast the same thing as before. Create or destroy water. And make it instantly rain 10 gallons of water in the area. So,
And I thank Melora. Thank you for overflowing us with your kindness.
Does that hit everyone?
I mean, it's a 30-foot radius around her.
Yeah. Great. Cool.
So, yes. Odayn asked me
I
to do
swear, Laura, if I get one more bath from you that's not asked for.
Avaachai, is that what you wanted? You're a tree now, right?
Just stand tall and proud, Avaachai, like a tree.
I travel with idiots.
Let's drink plenty of water, given by our friend Melora.
I'm gonna summon the wildfire spirit.
Okay. Yeah, you can summon it.
Not where it'll hit people. And then I'm just going to, like... I know it does damage when it teleports, so I'm gonna walk slightly far away from everyone and teleport back up onto the platform.
So it does damage to. Is it just creature?
No, it does damage where it leaves,
Yeah, where
okay,
it leaves.
Okay.
not where it
Okay.
arrives. Yeah.
Okay. I was like, oh gosh, is he just damaging everybody? Okay. Yeah. All right.
Is anybody
That's all
else
for a
gonna
minute.
try anything? Otherwise, I'll try something.
I wanted to check on Claes.
Yeah, I wanted to walk over and check on Claes.
Hey Claes, you should have 16 health, not 9.
Oh, yeah.
How you doing?
Claes is just sitting there looking afraid to do anything.
Hey,
Is this
buddy,
your doing?
Claes.
He's just kind of staring from the distance, completely quiet.
Hey, buddy, are you okay? What happened to you last night?
Do you want to make a perception check on him?
Sure.
Doesn't passive 19 work?
Passive 19 will work. Yeah, absolutely. I forgot yours is super high. Okay. Odayn. He looks like Claes. He doesn't look like another person. He looks totally like himself.
Ramblinman, I sent you something on Discord.
Still tied up and everything.
He's kind of like trembling. He seems kind of shell shocked or something like that. Those of you who have seen more combat than others might recognize this a little bit better. And Vash, passive 19. He's trembling. He seems like he's shell shocked. And he does like the bags under his eyes are a little bit worse today. Like he seemed exhausted yesterday, right? Like the entire day. He seemed like exhausted. He seems worse. Like this is a person who hasn't slept in days. Potentially. Like that's what you're looking at. Not like he's starving to death or anything like that. But he looks pretty rough. You know, like we're talking. I don't know if Vash maybe ever knew somebody that had like a drinking problem, but we're talking like somebody who looks like they've been on a bender for several days. Basically is where he's at. He looks rough. And also trembling, seems like he's in shock, 1,000-yard stare. Like, yeah, he's not in a good place, for sure.
I put my hand on his shoulder to see if he reacts to it. Hey, bud, are you there? Are you good?
Nothing.
Vash, I think we gotta do something fast because something clearly has happened to him.
I'm trying to decide if I really care.
Okay, well, why don't you tell me what you care about right now? Because otherwise, we're just stuck here. We have a crazy tree lady. Avaachai's apparently also a tree person with her. Orilyn's over here talking to random plants and making truces. And Claes is a zombie.
Yeah, things aren't looking great. I'll give you that.
So we need to come up with. We probably need to solve one problem at a time.
Okay, well,
Honestly, if Orilyn is talking to plants that are trying to kill us, maybe some of these things are connected. I don't think Seraphina just decided to become a tree out of nowhere.
seems unlikely. Kill someone out of nowhere, probably, but become a tree? Nah. Is there any check that I could make to try and? I'm pretty sure as a player I know what's going on, but for my character to piece it together.
Well, your character, like, so, what are you thinking? Like, you want to like roll an intelligence check to figure out what the issue is. Like, what's going on?
I was hoping wisdom, but I would settle for intelligence.
Um,
To try and because so things just keep getting worse and worse, and they seem to keep getting worse and worse in this area.
mhm.
It could be tied to our sleeping here. It could be tied to the whole plane. But if that's the case, that doesn't do
So let me ask you this:
any good.
out of character, do you know what these things are? What these plants are?
No, but I'm pretty sure the plants are the cause here.
Out of character, do you know what's going on with Tim or anybody else potentially? Like, have you heard anything? Any meta knowledge?
I know that. I think they don't have souls, but other than that, I don't know.
We'll take away.
I
like,
just think that they're
yeah.
acting differently without their souls.
Avaachai's mentioned the soul thing. He hasn't checked Seraphina yet. He's kind of been
Right.
intimidated not to, and he's sort of going along with what she's telling him to do, kind of,
Yeah.
because he doesn't want to be killed at this point or like betray his god. Like, he's not really committed to it. He's just doing what he's told right now.
Right. I don't think Avaachai is messed up. He's just
No,
a chicken
I know.
shit.
What I'm saying is, like, so you've heard about the soul things from a source other than me saying something to you as a DM.
Mm.
So what I'm saying is you may not need to make a check. Like, Vash has seen these things happen. He's a pretty intuitive guy. Just like stats and stuff. I think it's fair for you to use what you know to try to make a decision as Vash, as long as you're not using any meta knowledge. I don't think you have to make like a roll to do that. I think you can just do that.
Okay. Mostly, I'm wondering if if Vash would tie it to the plants. Like, Vash knows there's an issue. It's easy to tell there's an issue. It's just what is causing the issue.
I mean, it's up to you to figure out if you want to tie it to the plants. Now,
Okay.
yeah, I don't think I'm gonna let you. I don't think you can make a roll and me just be like, yes, it's tied to the plants, or no, it's not tied to the plants.
That's fair.
Unless like you were talking to the plants, and then you can make like an insight check on the plant, or like
Then
Orilyn did.
I'm going to do what I was thinking of doing anyways. I'm going to, with my special bullshit, cast Detect Thoughts. And I'm going to start out not casting it on anyone and just searching for minds within a 30-foot radius.
Okay. Link the spell, please.
Sure. Oops.
All right.
When you cast a spell as an action during the duration, you can search for thoughts within 30 feet of you.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I know my companions are all there. I'm searching for any others.
Let's see. Let me take a look at
To see
thoughts
if
of
I actually get
creatures.
a ping off of these things.
I guess since you're really close to Odayn, if you manage to scan his mind, he would be telling you that he definitely thinks that if the plants are trying to harm us, and then all of a sudden Seraphina decided to become a tree, I think he's starting to piece it together.
Right. Vash is sort of there as well, but he wants to confirm.
Yeah.
Although he doesn't think Claes is involved in that situation. I think it's only just the Orilyn thing and the Seraphina thing.
Yeah. So, a couple things. Vash, take 3 XP because this is a creative solution. Seraphina, take 3 XP for the tree thing because that was kind of funny and brilliant. And Claes, take 3 XP for the whole shell shock thing. All that stuff is pretty good. And Orilyn, take 3 XP because you were down there trying to help stop Avaachai from acting like a moron.
Did Odayn get XP?
Odayn's getting XP for telling Orilyn or telling Melora to make it rain.
Okay, cool. That's what I was doing.
So basically, everybody gets 3 XP.
Except
So
Claes.
you do. I gave him for the whole shell shock thing.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't...
Yeah, everybody's getting.
So everybody's getting XP. So your detect thoughts works here. You do detect thoughts coming from the plants, from the flowers, the giant. Now the thoughts are coming from the giant bulb that's directly under the flesh flower petal. That's kind of where the thoughts are coming from. I mean, you also detect thoughts coming from all the creatures. So all your friends and companions, there's thoughts coming from them too.
I'm going to dive into one of the plants as far as checking surface level thoughts and then deeper thoughts.
Okay. So the surface thoughts you get for free, right?
Right.
So surface thoughts. Let's see here. Does it say specifically what they might be? What is most on its mind at that moment? As an
Do they
action?
have an intelligence
Oh.
of 3 or lower? So I guess an intelligence of 4.
No, they have a.
Can't detect a creature.
They don't have an intelligence of 4 or lower.
4 or higher. 3 or lower, and or doesn't speak any language, and they're unaffected.
They do understand language as well.
I think it's one, or if one of these things applies. So like if it was intelligent thing that just didn't know any languages, like a kid raised in the wild or something,
You can still, yeah.
I think you wouldn't be able to, even if they had an intelligence. So what I'm saying is I don't think it works on the plants.
If the creature you choose, it's affected by it. I mean,
So it has an intelligence?
It
Does it
has
speak a language?
It has. So I will say its intelligence is not bad.
Okay.
And it does understand a language. It's not a dumb creature by any
Oh,
means.
weird.
Okay, so I detect it, and there are thoughts.
There are thoughts. There are intelligent thoughts.
Okay.
The surface thoughts are for sustenance. Let's see. You're looking at the creatures right around you. One of them is very hungry. That's mainly where its thoughts are. It's obsessed with consuming something. It's very hungry. Another one is like, I would say it's probably this one that's a little bit, it's hungry. This one over here has a meal. Now it's always looking
so
for
it feels
food.
sated, right?
It's like a dog, right? Like a dog, if it sees food, it wants food, right? Like it doesn't matter if it just ate. Like it's not as voracious, right? Like it's the one plant, it's like its hunger is all it's thinking about. The other one, there's still hunger there, but it's got like, it's not, it has a way to think outside that hunger. Like it's not completely consumed with the thought of its hunger for the time being. And a lot of what its surface thoughts are, are like meticulous planning and manipulation, basically.
And that's the one next to Seraphina.
It is, yeah.
Okay. Before I probe deeper, I'm going to establish the mental connection with Odayn and relay bits of that they seem very hungry, but the one near Seraphina, I'm getting some kind of intuition that it is purposely doing this. So
Okay.
I ask him to hold on while I look deeper.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say if you didn't say that, I would have immediately attacked.
Yeah, I figured. And then I will try to probe deeper, which means it gets a save.
What's the save?
I think Wisdom 17.
Wisdom save.
Wisdom saving throw 17. Yeah.
Oh, I rolled it in private. It
That's
rolled.
all right.
It showed up on the stream though. It rolled a 21.
Okay. So it just can't probe any deeper.
Does it become aware of your intrusion?
It becomes aware when the spell ends either way.
Oh, well, in that case.
Um,
Who's within 15 feet of that creature?
Which creature?
The one that this one here, the one Vash just tried to probe its mind.
Everyone
Oh, wait.
on the left side of this line.
Yeah.
All right, here's what I'm gonna do. Let me do this. Let me just give it a radius here. So if you're in that square, and now we're gonna make this public. I mean, they told you not to use magic on them.
They broke the truce first.
or this area. I mean,
Actually, the truce was after they attacked us, but
I
yeah.
don't know that.
yeah, the truce was they haven't done shit since they made that agreement.
That's fine. I'm gonna turn these things inside out.
Also, I'm gonna need to do some other stuff.
Oh, that didn't work. So I guess technically this thing can make an intelligence check against my intelligence check to try and end the spell. But if it doesn't, I'm going to shift it to this one and try and probe deeper on that one. And
All right.
essentially try again.
An intelligence check against your intelligence.
Yep.
All right. Here, I'll make this roll. Make sure it's public.
Which is I'm not super great at.
Oh, I rolled a 1. Okay,
That'll
yeah.
do.
I thought for sure I might beat you on that one, just knowing what your intelligence is.
Oh wait, does this this thing that it's doing, is it like apparent? Do we see it happening?
Sorry, what's the question?
This weird radius around this one, is it doing a thing that is visible?
It's going to
You
be
can see?
attacking everyone's mind in that area. You don't see anything.
Okay, well then I guess I wouldn't know what's happening. Once
Yeah.
everyone doubles over in pain.
Everyone gets like is going to get like a really bad headache. Here's the I'm not sure if I want to share this public yet, like what it's
You don't
doing.
have to.
So here's what I'll say. If you're in that square, and I have not, if you're in that square and I have not designated to you that if you know that like if you like if you're in that square and you haven't been told, hey, this is this is a special condition that's going on with your character right now, then you're going to be targeted by this. Okay, so if you've got some weird stuff going on that we've talked about outside of the show, then this does not affect you. Okay.
Just real quick, before Vash cast Detect Thoughts, I did put in the Roll20 chat that I was having Orilyn ask Malora to step to the side. So I don't know
Right
if
next to her?
like which
Yeah, I
way
did that.
Malora would have gone, but depending on which way she would have gone, Orilyn might have told her to go further or something, because Orilyn was planning on going to that spot and using Fey presence on basically
Oh.
everything within 10 feet of her.
I mean, you still can. You can still do that. But
I'm just saying that because Malora might not have been in the space.
Radius.
Mhm.
I don't know if she would have gone down like this way or if she would have just gone like over that way. But yeah.
well, I mean, if she was going this way, she probably would have gone back to where Odayn is at the furthest.
Okay, so she
Well,
still
he's
would have
up
been in
and
the
she's
square.
down.
That's
Isn't
true.
she? Or is she on the platform?
I mean,
No, she came down.
Yeah, I never said she stepped off the platform.
Yeah,
Oh,
two of
okay,
them.
well, then
Two
never
of them
mind.
the top.
She
It was Avaachai, me, and Orilyn. And then I came back up.
Yeah,
Okay.
that makes sense. Like she just stepped
Wait,
over
so
to where
how-
she can make it rain on all of
So
them.
Melora
because-
isn't actually down there with you, Orilyn.
Oh,
Yeah, she's
okay.
not. She's
Then,
not actually down there.
She's 20 feet up.
I guess how high up is this thing?
The plant.
Because
It's
Orilyn was
level.
talking with it.
Yeah, you were
Level with the
talking
ground.
to it from the treehouse. So
Yeah,
It's-
and our
it's up.
treehouse was like 20 feet
20
up, I
feet
think.
up. Yeah.
Yeah.
So would we still be? Would
How
some
far is
people
it-
still be within 15?
How far?
Yeah,
is
you
it
went down
from
to
the
slap
creature?
Avaachai.
Yeah, you went
Yeah,
down.
so if we're down, would we still be? I'm trying to figure out where on the tree it is. Would it
Oh,
be a? Would its aura still touch the ground, or would
The-
we be just out of range?
The plant's so the plant's square like hitbox is this big here. So it's 3 by 3.
Which
right?
means it's a...
Huge.
No, not gargantuan. Huge.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
huge
So
tree.
it would be able to get the ground then.
So it's like 15 feet tall or more.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
So it basically almost reaches the ground, essentially. From even like being level with the treehouse or whatever.
Yeah.
so what happens?
So...
Okay, so-
I'm just trying to
Yes.
figure out where our platform was also because I know it was 20 by 20.
We keep moving, so it's...
Yeah,
kind
so
of
I'm
Right.
confused.
That's
I
that
thought our
blue,
platform was
that,
over more this way.
that blue square looked about right. If you just include where Vash is, that's fine. Or that's
Ramblin,
Yeah.
I asked you
purple
something
square
on
looks fine.
Discord, by the way.
Sorry. There's a lot going on.
Yeah. Melora's got a lot of HP. She'll be fine.
Yeah, she'll be
Okay.
fine.
She's got like
And
120.
yes, to the answer to your questions, yes.
Okay.
Okay. And all right. There's a lot of stuff going on. Okay, so what I was gonna say was the plant's reacting to Vash trying to probe its thoughts and stuff. And
Would I have had time to do what I was going to do while he was doing that? Since he climbed back up.
what was it you were going to do again?
I
Fey
wanted
presence.
to use my Fey presence to get basically Avaachai to snap out of it and try with Seraphina, even though she's not sure.
Yes, sure. But I'm gonna need to do this thing first because Vash said, "Hey, I want to
Yeah.
do this thing first." So like,
Okay.
it's because it's reacting to Vash, right? So I gotta do it now, and then you can do your thing. Like, I don't see why this would stop you from doing your thing.
Well, Orilyn is asking, since how we're all, like, we're not taking turns. We're all moving at the same time. Would she have been doing her thing as I was doing my thing?
That's fine.
Yeah,
too.
that's
sure.
what it is.
Sure.
Just because it wouldn't make sense for her to like get damaged and then be like still doing that.
Oh yeah.
I just
okay.
wanted to make sure that in the timeline it's fine. But yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead and move to where you want to move, and it'll snap Avaachai out of it, I think for sure.
We did talk to Claes for
Was-
a minute or so, and then I delved and all.
Creature feels charmed or frightened. All right, so we'll give Avaachai a wisdom save here. I guess Seraphina can make one too.
How much
Yeah.
was the save?
You have to roll a 17 or higher. And you both saved.
That was for the plant, by the way.
Oh,
That was
I will
the first
use
one's
my
first one was Avaachai. The second one was
inspiration for this.
I don't think she would have targeted the plant. It was more just
It says 10-foot
her
cube,
people.
right?
I
it says
guess it would
creature
be
you
all
can
creatures.
oh,
Oh,
no,
wait,
it's not
is
creatures
it
you can
creatures
choose.
you choose?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seraphina saved. I guess Seer
Oh.
and Melora have to make the save as well.
It
Melora's
It
up on the
is-
platform.
It does say
That's
you
true.
can cause each creature. So if it's can, does that mean I could exclude creatures?
Cause each creature in a 10-foot cube originating.
Yeah.
I think it's
Pick
either.
whichever.
I think it's almost like an all or nothing. Like you can choose to do this additional effect that would affect all creatures. Each creature.
That's not an additional effect, though. That the whole thing is
You
the
can-
effect.
That's weird. Hang on a second. Let me read it. Give me a second. I gotta do lawyer reading. Hang on.
Okay,
Sorry.
Starting at first level, your patron's ability to project a galleon fearsome presence. As an action, you can cause each creature in a 10-foot cube originating from you to make a wisdom saving throw. So, yeah, maybe.
It fails.
The question is, what does this look like, Orilyn? Because if it's something that someone right next to you could see, just the same as anyone
They
else
can
right next
close
to you, you are
their
trying to
eyes.
affect, then
Yeah, I guess if it would have included the plant, she would have moved, so it couldn't.
which
So
you could do
there.
pretty easily. Yeah.
Yeah. Because she's still upholding her into the bargain.
Okay, so you're not trying to use this on the plant, then.
No.
We are the worst.
So
Alright.
Seer fails. He is
Se-
either
Seer
charmed
fails.
or frightened.
And you didn't use it on Melora, right? Or
No, she's
way
too
up
far
above.
up.
Yeah,
She's
yeah.
up too high.
Yeah.
Second
Yeah.
issue.
All right, so Seer is the only one that fails.
Did your
Okay,
advantage make
you
you? Oh, it did. Dang it.
So what happens
or-
to Seer?
Well, I was going with she was trying to be intimidating, but using the charm because she doesn't want to make them like run away from her or whatever. But so she's trying to get them to listen to her and like just
In
settle
summer
things.
mode?
Yeah, well, that's why she's trying to be intimidating.
Okay. Yeah.
Doing it in an intimidating way.
Hey, Odayn, do you have any weapons on you?
Yeah. I do.
What ones do you have? Because I thought you had lost them all.
I
did.
gave one-
Seraphina gave me a
Longsword.
Keep in mind that we have 3 people staring at Claes right now. Thea, Odayn,
Yeah.
and Vash.
All right, guys. He slipped out of his manacles already. I think his hands are still tied up. Is that right?
So he was.
Yeah.
Wait, he slipped out of his. How can he slip out of his ankle manacles?
manacles
while
are
his
on
hands
his
are tied up.
feet.
He rolled.
I have hooves.
Yeah, he has hooves, but he
How can you
rolled.
manipulate?
He rolled something a while back. What was it, Claes?
Sleight of hand. I don't know how you would manacle
hands.
hooves
That's
that are hand size.
well, they explained it earlier. They put it way up
Oh,
above.
pull up a goat picture, damn it.
Yeah, they pulled
Oh,
it.
okay.
They put it
They
way up
have
above,
ankles.
like where
Oh.
your ankle
Okay.
/ knee area is.
Okay.
Where it
That makes
bends
sense.
backwards.
Well, I can
I
still
guess.
pick the lock.
You could,
But your hands are tied.
Yeah.
and you don't have.
If your
any of
hands are tied, you can still like
You don't have any of your
still-
inventory.
How would you
still
pick it?
fiddle with it.
I was thinking more along the lines of slipping out of the hand restraints, like Houdini or something. You know.
Okay, I guess that roll would be for ropes then.
Yeah. If you made sleight of hand,
And I rolled the thing on stealth, so I don't know if they would have noticed the ropes.
Oh, that's true. They wouldn't notice. If
I would
you
like to make a perception check.
really high stealth.
Good
where's your-
luck.
where was your rolls? That's my bad for even saying anything.
It's above the Fey presence.
I'm going way too far. Up.
Minimum 19. 27.
Ooh.
It is too low.
His perception's too low.
Yeah.
Really? A 27?
above Fey presence, you said?
He built his character to do
Yeah.
exactly one thing.
Exactly two.
Oh
two
yeah,
things.
yeah. Wait, that's
Yeah.
a wisdom save right there. Above
From
Fey
Seer?
presence. There's intelligence from Vash above Fey presence.
Here, let me show you on my end.
Okay.
I think I might need to restart my roll 20 then.
Whole group of rules lawyers.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna restart my
Oh,
roll 20.
okay. Yeah, I see. Maybe they just didn't come through on my end or something. Oh,
Huh.
it's probably because I'm looking at the stream's screen. Yeah, okay.
Oh,
That's my
okay.
bad. I'm looking at the wrong screen. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. So yeah,
And
27 is too low, unfortunately.
Okay, so he slips out of the ropes. They pull around him.
I'm trying to get specifically the part around my hands off, and then kind of like it so it's loosened so I can pull my hands out, but I haven't taken them off.
Okay.
Did
Okay.
you roll some stuff before that? You
Me?
did.
That stuff was from when I was in shock.
Oh, okay.
That was that.
All right. So yeah, your perception check's too low. You don't notice he's gotten out of his hand bindings. He's still got
Fair enough.
Oh, hang on, I need to actually
manacles.
put my health back because I did finish my rest.
He's still got the things around his legs. He's gotten out of the hand bindings, and he's like acting like he hasn't gotten out of them.
Can I fiddle around on the ground for some sort of little twig or bit that I could use to try to tension the lock?
Sure, but first
We're
I need
not on the ground. We are up in the tree.
Oh, okay. Can I try to snap off a tiny bit of a twig?
I don't think a stick is gonna pick an iron lock, dude. Like, I don't think. Like, you're gonna need a lock pick or something metal, probably. I don't think a stick would really do it. That's just me. Am I wrong? I feel like a stick would.
I
work.
mean,
It feels like it would.
you don't need to put a lot of tension. It's more like it just being a really difficult shape. Like I have a lockpicking kit and it doesn't take a very thick piece. And if you like pressure it right, it won't break, but you'd have to be really, really good at it.
All
So I
right.
feel like it would at least be a disadvantage if I could find anything.
Make
But
a.
I feel like it would be doable if I could find anything.
All right. I'll allow.
But I don't know if I could find anything small enough.
I'll allow like investigation and before you roll it, don't roll it yet. Investigation or like maybe perception. Try to find something you can use. DC, you'll do a disadvantage, and the DC is 15. I don't think that sounds reasonable.
Disadvantage to find something or disadvantage on the lockpicking?
Perception or
This is just to find
Invest.
something.
Okay, so disadvantage. I'll use my inspiration to make it a flat roll.
No, you're right. It shouldn't be with disadvantage.
Okay. I'll still use inspiration to get advantage on that.
Okay.
And I'll do investigation.
16.
Okay,
beats
you
it.
just make it. You do see something that's going to work. Make a sleight of hand to try to
With
grab
disadvantage?
it. This is to get to it without them seeing you, or do you want to just be to grab it and pick the lock with it, or like rub up against it, pick the lock with it?
Kind of like rub up against it, pick the lock.
Okay. Disadvantage. DC is.
Do we see him squirming?
He rolled.
He is restrained, right?
Yeah.
He is restrained. He rolled a 28 stealth.
And he was sitting there shaking, and now I assume
He was, yeah. And also, like, I mean, you see him moving around.
it's
I think
like
it's fair to
how
say.
how
He's not
stealthy can you
obscured.
be with someone staring at you?
Yeah, I
he-
mean,
he's not obscured. So you see him
Right.
moving around, but he's trying to play it off. I almost feel like a
Yeah.
deception might be necessary here.
okay.
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask you what your thing looks like.
3 lower.
Okay. So 20. All right. Okay.
Boy,
So he's moving around and stuff. but you can make an insight check against a 20 to see if you know what.
Wait, is Vash actively watching, or is he
I'm
Yes.
sitting there
Yes.
doing the plant?
searching.
No,
Yeah.
or are you doing the plant things right now?
He is.
I'm searching out with my mind, but my eyes are on you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was watching because technically there's nothing else happening other
And
than
Faya
Yeah.
is staring.
you.
Yeah, Faya is also watching. Was I supposed to have rolled a perception?
Probably, yeah. But it was super. If 27 didn't beat it, you won't be able to beat it. Not with Faya.
Unless it's a nat 20.
Well, I guess.
I mean, if it's a
maybe,
nat,
yeah.
Roll
and
it-
Faya
roll it
has
and-
advantage.
advantage.
Yeah, roll it in case it's a crit. Also, Faye has blind sight, so there's that too.
Yeah,
Oh.
Faya did not crit, but you know.
No, I mean Faye's aware that he's moving around. It's blind sight.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's it. Now, if you guys want to make an insight check on your quote unquote turn, if we do get into an initiative order situation, you can do that.
Alright.
All right. So make the sleight of hand with disadvantage to see if you can just pick the lock. So all you've done is look around and find something. 21 is. I mean, you have a plus 18. Shit. Yeah. I mean, there's almost no way you couldn't do it.
It would be like a 10% chance.
Yeah. It's a nat 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, you were able to pick the lock. All right.
And we did finish our rest, right? So I have health back.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Now,
Wait,
can I?
Did you establish if he got knocked out though? Because his technically
I got knocked out earlier, but you healed me, and it's also been over an hour if the rest is done.
He has a long rest because he got.
Wait,
I guess
hold on
if
here.
you-
How is he getting long rest, but he also is
No, that's
like,
a good point.
bags under his eyes?
I had 1 health
and-
point.
Well,
Yeah, but you're not recovering.
that's
anything.
that's really what you should be asking yourself, Vash. That's a
Okay.
very
Yeah.
good question. That a lot of people should have been asking that question. Okay. No, that's a good question. But it doesn't matter if you got a long rest or not, as far as that goes.
Okay.
But I will say that does being knocked unconscious in the middle of your rest interrupt your rest? I feel like it does.
We went over
How
that,
is
and I
that
had 1
true? I
hit point
thought-
left because it was non-lethal,
That's true.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
so I never
okay.
dropped to 0.
You never dropped to 0, but you did get knocked unconscious. So I mean, it doesn't really matter. You can rest while you're unconscious.
Yeah,
That's
we'll just say.
literally what
yeah.
sleeping is.
That's fine.
Okay. Yeah, it's fine. All right. So now, people in that red square. Can I finally get to this here? So if you're
Go
in
for it.
that,
Sorry.
if you're in that red square, I need you to make a DC 14 Wisdom save.
And this is in relation to the psychic attack thing,
It is.
right? Okay.
Everybody, go ahead and make the saves. So I still need a save from
Melora and Avaachai.
Laura, Avaachai, Seraphina.
No, Melora's out of range. She's on the platform. Isn't she?
No, Melora is in range. She wasn't in range of Orilyn's
The
thing.
platform.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the platform is still in range of this thing.
Right. Because it's big.
Wisdom save from Melora. She succeeds. Avaachai rolls in that one. He's dealing with a lot right now. All right. Seraphina rolled 17. Okay. All right. So, who else saved? Was it just Melora and Seraphina that saved? Yeah.
I think so.
Everyone else, you are stunned for 1 round. And you also take some damage. You take this much psychic damage as soon as it rolls. Here. Take 11 psychic damage. And you are stunned for 1 round. Melora.
Gosh,
All over
dang
them,
it,
the guy
I
just
can't
stopped
yell at
moving.
people.
What was that, Odayn?
Does Melora tell us that she sees a whole bunch of people just stop moving all of a sudden?
I
think
mean,
it's just Orilyn.
yeah. Yeah, it's
Oh,
mainly
Orilyn and Avaachai.
it's mainly Orilyn and Avaachai and Seer
You guys
takes
see
damage.
Orilyn.
I think Seer might take some damage there and get stunned.
Does Fea die?
Feya's not in the
Just outside
the
of it.
thing.
Yeah, Feya's not down there.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But
Um,
Orilyn's just frozen in whatever intimidating stance she was trying to.
You just feel like a rack of pain shoot down. I don't know if you ever had this happen, but if you jerked your head to one direction, and had like a nerve pain shoot down the back of your neck or something. It feels like that, like something just like racks your head and neck with pain for a second. It's very distracting. It hurts quite a bit. But other than that, there's really nothing else that takes place. It hurts enough to like. It feels like you can't really move for a minute. You know, like you need to take a second. It's almost like being almost like being electrocuted a little bit. Like it distracts you enough to shake you up for about 6 seconds.
So, question: as I am currently doing detect thoughts and reaching out for these mental vibrations as a mental attack, would I sense it?
Yes. Now you moved your attention over to a different creature, right?
No, I was. Well, that is my intention, unless I notice this going.
I mean, this does happen right after you try to probe its mind. So yeah, I mean, the surface thoughts that you'd be getting at this point in time, would be basically it's responding to you violating the agreement of a truce.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it told you guys not to use magic on this place or them or to mess with it, and you did the exact opposite. So, that is
Where do we go from here?
Now, like, if you guys want to start combat, we can. These creatures aren't like just gonna start attacking you necessarily right away.
What is that?
That's not for you. Don't worry about it. If that was
That's
for you,
a recharge.
if that was for you, I would let you know.
Has to. So, are we now entering turn order, or how do we go from?
I suppose that's up to you guys.
It seems like there's enough going on that Claes is trying to escape. Plants are attacking.
I mean, attacking, reacting. Tomato.
Warning shot.
Yeah, I mean, you guys can roll initiative if that's what you want to do. Just remember to click on your tokens. And roll initiative. I'll put its box back to where it goes.
Those of you with special stuff, remember that you have disadvantage on that initiative.
Who has exhaustion?
What?
Yeah.
Nobody has exhaustion.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
feel
think
like
did.
exhaustion was only because of not finishing the long rest yet.
Yeah, Seraphina mentioned exhaustion earlier, but I don't know that I've actually told Seraphina, hey, you have exhaustion, have I?
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's where I... Seraphina said exhaustion, so I figured.
Yeah, I was just
We
like
were
asking...
trying to figure out if we missed our rest.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
But then the fight was just less than an hour, so...
Oh god, I just saw my roll. That is terrible.
All right,
Everything
so let me
generated.
roll for these things here, I guess. Let me roll for Avaachai. Ishu. And Melora. All right. So Melora reacts first, and she's wincing in pain. She says, "Ugh, I feel something assaulting my mind." I don't know that she actually would do anything here. She's just not aware of what's going on with Vash. She's not aware of like a target attacking you guys because just these plants and people are acting weird. I think she's going to cast Bless on herself and Odayn and Vash.
Me. Okay.
You close enough for Bless? Yeah, I think so.
Not Ishu,
Yeah.
who's right next to her.
Well, I mean, Vash was kind of right about this whole thing, and like
Right.
with Claes. Also, Avaachai basically was like, Vash is clean or whatever.
Right.
So she's yeah. I think that's what she's gonna do.
Okay.
So if you guys want to mark yourself so we don't forget, I'll just use a blue dot for her bless. Is that fair?
I used a different thing.
Oh, the wing,
I-
the angel
I
thing.
saw like an angel thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, that makes sense.
For bless.
Where? Oh, this thing.
The bottom.
Yeah.
Nice wildfire spirit.
I think that was put on there
Get some
originally to
blast.
determine that it's winged.
Flying. Oh, okay.
All right. Odayn.
Odayn's gonna run over to Malora to see if she's okay.
She seems relatively okay. She's just kind of blinking. Like she took a little bit of damage from something. Like she's like clearly felt a pain in her head. She's brought a hand to the side of her head.
And she specifically shouted out loud, "Something attacked me psychically," or something like that. Something hit my head, or something like that.
She said
Something is assaulting my mind.
She said something and tried to assault my mind, or something along those lines. Yeah.
Vash, do you feel anything? Apparently, we were getting attacked.
I did feel it, right? Like a wave of psychic energy roll out.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't hit you, but yeah, you felt a
Right.
wave of psychic energy come out.
I only asked because I was like actively looking for that energy.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Are you
Odayn's
within?
gonna.
Hold on. Are you within 30 feet of it? Because your thing was 30-foot radius. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's. I was getting thoughts from that one.
Yeah. So you're good.
So what did you ask?
I asked if you felt anything.
I don't think it liked me trying to look into its thoughts, head. It has feelings. It has desires. I will respond through the bond though, since that is already.
Odayn's going to clutch his sword and prepare an attack if something attacks us.
Do you have your sword? Did Claes not get to steal it?
I wasn't told that it was stolen.
I don't think he did, unless I'm
Okay.
mistaken.
Did I stole what?
Nothing.
His sword. They're asking if you stole Odayn's sword.
No, I
or
didn't
something.
get it.
I guess just because I asked about his weapons earlier. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
Odayn's
I'm
currently
just drawing.
staring at Vash in this direction, and that ends my turn.
Okay. Now they're starting to question themselves, like, what if we were wrong about Claes the whole time? All right. All right. Ishu. He stands up. He's what's going on? What do I need to do? And he kind of steps up. Let me see what's going on.
Did he jump off the?
I think that's off the
tree
platform.
top?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The edge of the platform is where Malora is.
Okay, yeah, he's not gonna jump off the platform.
Well, actually, it might be. It might not be. No, I don't know where the platform is anymore.
I thought it was like right here.
That's kind of what I thought too, but Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was up more because Orilyn was like up here looking down at this thing.
I thought you went down.
No, she was
Not
up on the
neutral at the night.
platform.
To do the
She's down right
frightful
now. That's what I was
present?
talking about.
I thought it was like this.
Either one works for me. I don't care.
It's all good. Yeah, it's all fine. It doesn't matter.
Once we decide it, we just need to keep it there.
Issue turns invisible. Wait, something's like attacking, and he turns. Poof, he's gone.
Oh,
Just
shit.
disappear. Orilyn.
I can't do anything because I'm stunned. So
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. All right, so you're stunned. You're no longer stunned because it's just one round. So there goes your turn.
Orilyn immediately, as soon as she is not stunned anymore, glares at Seraphina. Because I don't know if you guys saw in the chat, she said, "That's right, Orilyn, ground yourself," when Orilyn froze.
All right. Well, Seraphina, it looks like it is your turn. What would you like to do?
Seraphina was like, who dare defied me as not a true I don't have a soul. And then Radiant Soul pops up. And then 2 incorporeal wings brought from my back. And then I start flying up level with the group in the platform. And then that's it for my action.
All right.
So you go up 20 feet.
Yeah.
All right.
So let me put a wing on you.
But you're not blessed.
Yeah, this wing, different wing.
That
okay.
wing, okay.
Um,
And then Seer will just be.
All right, I'm gonna put 20 in
Stunned.
your red circle just because you're 20 feet up.
Okay.
And then Seer does what?
He's just stunned, so he can't do anything.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess because he goes on the same turn as you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess he's no longer stunned then.
I mean, if you want to do one that looks good. Slightly too big, but it's fine. Oh, I deleted myself.
He also did an issue.
That solves the problem.
Oh, my big.
Oh,
Oh
big.
God! I can't fix it. It won't let me adjust it.
Here, there you go.
I don't know why it's that big.
Were you like right there?
Claes stands up out of his restraints. All of them fall off. He points at Vash. He's a monster! It's Godzilla! Everyone run!
Here, let me fix your token doesn't have HP or anything now. So here's what you do. I'm gonna go to your character sheet and just drag your sheet onto the. Is that what you?
That's
did?
what I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
That doesn't work then. So let me go back to the title menu. And
Title screen and grab it.
Yeah,
Okay.
grab it from there.
Just delete it again.
Here I'll copy. And hang on a second. Where is that? Hopefully I don't lose the map like I just did. What? I feel like it's. Oh, there it is. I'm just not looking in the right place. There we go. And then boom. So you should be good.
Thank you.
I don't know if that's the right health and stuff. I don't know.
It is.
Okay. All right. No problem. Okay. Was that your turn, the flying and stuff, Seraphina?
Yeah.
All right. So, Claes.
Claes will stand up out of his restraints and turn around and try to tackle Vash off of the platform.
Oh, I deleted the wildfire spirit too. But I can get that one.
Okay, you got it. All right. So you're gonna try to tackle Vash off of the platform. So I think the way this would work would either be a shove action, or like you can grapple him and then just walk off the platform.
I'm. How does it work if you? Do you know how it works if you jump like onto someone and basically like bear hug, try to shove them off of the edge with you?
A grapple.
it's
I think that would be
strength
grapple.
either way. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they'd be grapple. Yeah.
Okay, let it be known I'm jumping, so it's cooler.
Okay. Okay.
Whatever
sure.
happens here.
Yeah. You guys seen Squid Game? Have you guys?
Yeah.
Do you know what scene?
Yeah,
I'm
that's what's
thinking?
going on. That's
Yeah.
Kind
I've
of,
not seen that.
but jumping more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
More dramatic.
Yeah.
I will make my.
It removed me from the turn order too, so I was at a 5.14.
Oh, okay. All right.
I thought that was the athletics, and I was like, oh, I'm screwed.
Oh well.
Here, I got you. Vash.
Can I just
Oh.
sidestep and let him fly?
Oh
I don't
shoot.
my.
Breaks an ankle.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Yeah. So, hey, thanks, Unrooted. Unrooted's here, guys. Thanks for the cheers for the crit one. So, yeah, you go sprinting at him. You try to like tackle them. You jump, and he steps out of the way, and you go flying past him, and you fall 20 feet. It's a d6 for every 10 feet, right? So it's 2d6 damage.
Can I make an acrobatics check to try to reduce the fall damage, or
I don't think you were
something, or no?
expecting that.
Or
I don't.
to, yeah, okay.
That's I
Okay,
don't think
fine.
you're expecting him to move, man. It's only 5 damage though. It's not too bad. You're 15 or 40, whatever. You know, that's only like an eighth of your health.
I will immediately call out. Claes is running again.
I will stand up from prone.
Half your movement to stand up. Yeah.
Yep. And then I will. How did we get up again? Was it just like climb the tree?
Yeah, there's probably like a makeshift ladder or log that
Ladder.
they've leaned up against it somewhere to climb up.
Okay, so still half movement to get up.
Well, I mean, yeah, it probably still take
Stand from
movement.
prone.
It's half movement to stand up from laying on the ground.
Or I mean, like difficult terrain to get up the tree. I mean,
Yeah, you'd have to climb up 20
Okay.
feet.
I will. And is it in the center of the tree that I need to come up from then?
I have no idea.
Yeah, we
decided
haven't
any of
really
this.
said at all. We haven't.
Yeah.
This is all
I
this
just
is
assumed so.
mostly
We'd
yeah.
go.
This is mostly theater of the mind.
Yeah.
So we
What a
haven't said. So
Okay.
what I'll say is like if you can climb up 20 feet, you're on the platform. Like I'll just put it
Keep
like
it
that.
simple.
Okay, I will bonus action that I'll use my normal movement first to make this not confusing. So I had if I ran and jumped 5 feet movement because I was right next to him. Oh wait, I just stand up from prone originally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Half
so-
movement, half movement.
So I stood up from prone twice, so that's just one of my sets of movement.
Yeah.
So then
like
I'll
if you were to
dash.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah, so then I'll dash, and that's 5 feet of my movement was the jump at Vash.
I feel like
So I'll
I
get
feel like-
15 feet up the tree.
yeah. I feel like grappling is an action, right?
Yeah, I'm bonus action dashing. I'm
Okay.
a rogue
an
along with being a
amazing
wizard and a
wizard.
ranger.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say I didn't
Yeah.
know wizards could bonus.
I
action
cast
dash.
Expeditious Retreat, okay?
Okay.
That's how I did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Climb.
Oh,
So I'm
gosh.
3/4 of the way up.
Right.
All right.
We-
3/4 of the way up. So you're 15 feet up. All right. Is that your turn?
Yep. That's my turn.
All right. Avaachai, who just took some damage. Basically, same
He's-
situation as Melora.
He's
takes-
stunned.
He was also stunned, so he should.
He was?
Sorry.
I thought.
Yeah, he failed his wisdom save.
Oh, that's
It
right.
was him and Orilyn.
He rolled like a 1.
That's why he took damage.
I don't know why I didn't mark him then. All right.
You just forgot. It's a lot.
Vash, you're up.
So he's climbing some kind of ladder, or
Yeah, he's probably like climbing up this tree right here to try to like get back onto the platform. Maybe it's kind of connected in a weird way.
oh, okay. Oh, whoops. There goes my mic.
Yeah, you can hear him like knocking stuff around as he's trying to climb up.
Okay.
Playing off the sound of the mic.
This is a lot. This is ridiculous.
It is, and it's 11 o'clock. So
Yeah.
Oh,
we
we can.
finish this round, and you guys want to?
Yeah,
Okay.
That works.
we'll plan after.
All right, go ahead, Vash.
Yep. Sorry. I should have been looking at what to do, but I didn't.
No, you're fine.
I didn't see him trying to push me off.
There's a lot happening here for everyone involved.
Oh man. So he's climbing back up at us. He's apparently aggressive at them. He did not try to run.
Apparently.
He
Apparently.
tried to tackle you, and now he missed, and now he's like trying to get back to you as fast as he can.
Right.
I mean, it's however you think you would view him. He's aggressive, or
This is dumb. I was just not prepared for this. Okay, I'm going to call out Seraphina. Could you chase Claes again? 'Cause I don't know if Vash would have looked down to see him. I guess you said he was making noises.
I mean, yeah, you could reasonably look down and see him, I think.
How does Seraphina respond?
She's floating in the air.
Right.
She didn't see where Claes went, unless
I'm
I could do a perception check.
I will happily point him out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's not stealthing. Like,
Right.
Oh, okay.
he's climbing up the treehouse or the
tree.
tree or whatever. Yeah, I mean, you could probably see him without a check, I think.
Okay.
So, how does Seraphina respond? Do you say anything?
Seraphina will just point a sword directly at that like area.
Okay, that's not reassuring. Sure. I'm gonna go ahead and cast Fire Shield on myself.
On yourself? Okay.
Yep. For a actual fire shield, so I have cold fire if someone attacks me.
Yeah, let's put a mark
Ooh.
on yourself. Maybe that, or
Probably red or something. Oh, and I have blast. So. There we go. And then bonus action will. We'll have the wildfire spirit take a shot at Claes.
all right. Take a shot at Claes. 23. I think that hits. Wizards don't have a high AC.
7 fire.
All right. 7 fire damage.
And I will step away from the edge. Over near where I should be.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. This plant here. Let's see here. Does nothing. This plant here also does nothing. But you do get racked with pain if you're within 15 feet of it right now.
I didn't attack that one.
No,
All
you
right.
didn't attack that one. That's its. I'm
Which
thinking.
one? was it?
This one. It is now emitting its thing.
Give me a second. He might not. Give me a second. I'm thinking about their motivations here. Tell you what, I'll leave it up to the dice.
Ooh. Oh, still good. 19.
Okay. It will not do anything. The plants will pass their turn. They won't react to you guys. They won't attack anybody. All of the plants will not do anything.
I do still have detect thoughts running. From the others, I assume there's like mild indifference, but from this one, do I feel like it wants to attack and it can't?
Which one?
This one up here that originally hurt people.
You're still sensing thoughts?
Yep, it's concentration for a minute. And the fire shield is...
Surface thoughts are basically currently, this is a very recent change, currently are to calm everything down and stop the fight if we can and go back to the truce, basically.
Okay. Fair enough. I'm going to put that in the chat so I remember next week.
Yeah, feel free to put that in the chat. You can even put like Vash read these surface thoughts. And I do need to do this and that. All right, and that's the end of the round. And I think we start off next week with Melora's turn. Or if we're ending the combat or whatever, we'll figure it out then. I don't know. She might.
I don't know. We might still be dealing with Claes and Seraphina.
Yeah, I think Seraphina's coming for me, but we'll see.
We will see.
You just pointed her that direction, though.
Yeah. I need to mark the 15 out of 20 on my thing so that I know.
Vash is already a very, very suspicious and untrusting. So
yeah, you guys have all been playing this good. This is a good session. This is fun to watch you guys interact and stuff.
I do have to say though, I think in the last 3 sessions we've covered 8 hours of time, maybe.
Yeah, somewhere in there. Yeah.
So
maybe,
by the time we reach Oberon, we will be in 25.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I got plans for like. I pretty much know where we're gonna go after this if we get through this with everyone alive.
We still have to go through the maze again.
Yeah, you still may
Like
have to
monster.
deal with that creature in the maze. That is very true. This area, however long you guys are stuck in this area, it may take some time for you guys to work all this stuff out, decide what to do. Because it's not gonna be easy. And then like the tone of things is going to change slightly. Like there's going to be some other kinds of stuff that we might have come up. I don't think that you guys need to worry so much about being stuck in one place for so long. That's kind of how this area was sort of designed in a way. So, you know, there's no reason to like feel bad about not traveling very far right now. I'll say that. Okay.
Just the way it was meant to be.
I mean, you know, it could have gone either way. Like you guys could have walked right through this place with no problems. I mean, it could have just been like you never got stuck here at all. But I don't know. It's funny to see all this stuff unfolding. For sure. So good job today, guys. Everybody take another 3 XP just because you guys, that last bit there was all funny and entertaining, and you guys have all done awesome today. Claes trying to tackle Vash off the treehouse and stuff. Yeah, I mean you guys all had some really cool stuff happen today. So
I think that means that.
Go ahead.
I think at least
I leveled up.
Yeah.
Oh, I did.
Who leveled up just now?
I think I did. Let me double check because I needed 10 more points. So
Right, and we've gotten 12.
6. Yeah, I got 12.
All right.
Yeah. Orilyn has consistently been getting more experience.
Slightly more.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll stop giving favoritism to Orilyn. I mean, this is kind
I'll
of
just need to RP more.
yeah. We're also like in the Feywild. It's almost like this arc was intended for Orilyn and Claes a little bit too, because Claes is from here.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It kind of makes sense. Like when
Who do we need to catch up with experience?
think-
I'm on like 71 right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oof.
you keep dying. So that doesn't
Yeah.
Yeah, that it makes sense.
other than you, I think
always-
Odayn is the second furthest back.
Every time I get extra, I always feel bad.
Yeah.
Also,
So
I was gonna ask, is it time, since how we've had Ishu and Avaachai for like a year or more, is it time to give them proper character sheets so that they have like saves and stuff?
I mean, they do. They do. I mess with their stats. You know, I like Avaachai has a proper wisdom save for sure, right?
But does he have an insight? Or is it just a wisdom
no,
check?
I usually just roll his wisdom for insight. He does have skills though. He has history, medicine, and religion that he specializes in.
Oh, okay, so he does have some. We just never see him come up.
I mean,
I don't think we ever make him roll those, so I didn't think he had any.
Yeah, he uses some of his stuff from time to time. Ishu has Arcana, Deception, and Persuasion. He's got a Wisdom save. It's not as good as Avaachai's, but it's pretty good. And I basically treat the companions mostly, except for Melora's kind of a special case, but I treat them like sidekicks, but I do occasionally give them a little extra thing here and there. I try to keep them not as strong as you guys, obviously, because the story is not about them. The story is about the players.
That's fair. I literally thought they didn't have any skills because the ones that they have we don't see come up at all.
Yeah. I mean, it's rare, right? Like it's rare that Ishu tries to lie to somebody outright or persuade them to do something.
That's weird.
Avaachai has offered to do research for you guys and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I don't know that it's really come up. So he's basically like a research guy on history and religion and a healer, and that's what he does. He used to keep bandits alive when they were getting stabbed by caravan
came a
guards
long
and
way.
stuff. And now
he's keeping adventurers alive while they
yeah.
fight amongst each other.
Yep. Now he's Now he's keeping keeping bandits alive. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, that's kind of the way they go. But I mean, I
Wolf,
level.
how did you get 91?
Do what?
What? Oh, no.
I was just checking the goals. I thought we and Wolf were the same. I was wondering how you got 91.
Uh,
I think everybody got 12 today.
yeah, 3 for RP. I think I started out 78. I think that math checks out.
67 plus 9, yeah, plus 12. Yeah, you guys are in the same level, right? Percentage, right?
Yeah, I'm very.
So I got 3 extra XP last session because I asked him about for the RP
Okay.
finding the weapon or finding the spellcasting.
That's true.
Vash did.
That's true. That did happen.
But I asked him after the session.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that might be why.
Sometimes I'm also bad about keeping up when experience is being given out. I try and type it as fast as I can so it's in the chat so we could double check our maths.
Yeah.
Right.
But sometimes I miss one.
Oh, you are a little ways ahead of us.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm a bit. Which is why I said I feel bad
yourself.
every time I get more than what everybody else got in a session. I'm just like, I'm already ahead.
Yeah.
But I really enjoy role playing, and I think that's where all my extra
Yeah.
stuff comes out.
I feel like I get a lot of XP in some sessions and then always wind myself wind up putting myself in the middle of some shenanigans where I'm trapped somehow for like
Yeah.
an entire 3 sessions
Always
and
a
I fall
trap.
behind a bit.
If you counted up all the times that you've been restrained by us, it's a lot.
Hey man, you were a goat for like 3 sessions, so
Yeah, there was not a goat, the goat.
no, not the goat, a goat. It was just
I just-
bleeding helplessly.
If we PPK, I look forward to the new characters that Tim and I came up with.
We have plans.
He would just hold
Yeah.
still. I couldn't name that.
What?
What?
He said- that was
The one
gold.
time when I was like, yep, gonna be helping the party, we're gonna make progress, we're gonna do things.
Yeah, I thought you made a nice character this time. And
Yeah,
now
I did.
He did.
Oh yes.
It's not his fault. guys.
It's not his fault. Yeah, this time.
Yeah, but I mean, it's been fun watching this. And we'll see. Hopefully, maybe next session we'll see how this predicament ends. Like, what you guys end up deciding to do to solve the problem, or what exactly.
I'm pretty sure that thing is eating Seraphina's soul,
Yeah.
by the way. That's why it's not hungry, because it's actively eating it.
And the other one has had Claes for over a day, so I wonder how much.
Yeah.
Claes might be soulless boy from now on.
Well, we'll find out next time. Oh,
I have new character ideas.
Yeah, thanks for watching, folks. If you're watching on YouTube, check the links in the description. There's links to the Twitter, to the Minds page. There's links to the Twitch, of course. If you're not watching live, check us out on Twitch Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern. And there's also links for like music we use in the show, for artwork, like for Vash's artwork, for example, and stuff like that. So yeah, thanks for watching. Have a great week, guys, and we'll see you guys later.
Nice.
Bye.